Good day, freaks. I'm here to drop in with you for something new that I'm going to be bringing in. Eventually, this will be transitioning to another channel. This is something that's going to be coming in for a new channel that I'm developing, and you'll know about that new channel later this week. I'm going to be making an announcement, but I wanted to introduce the energy here, and I thought, what better time than today, 10/10. The reason why 10/10 is significant, you might be hearing a lot of people talking about this 10/10 portal. The reason why it's significant is today we have a very profound shift happening planetarily, and that is that Pluto is no longer in its retrograde motion. It is moving direct, and it is moved direct into the sign of Capricorn. And it's going to be continuing to move direct until it gets back to where it left originally when it started its retrograde motion, which is to Aquarius. And that'll happen in 2024, I think in the later half of January, okay? Somewhere right around there, right as we enter Aquarius season. And this is significant because this is when we really start to turn the page. We start to turn the corner. Hello, welcome, good to see you here. And this is when we start to move into the real revolutionary energy of Pluto in Aquarius, okay? It's a big deal. It's the dawning of the age of Aquarius. This is when things first start moving. So I thought this would be the perfect day. I'm going to turn on comments here so I can see. Hello, Amanda. Good to see you as usual. I'm just going to be bringing people in. I'm really excited to drop in with this. This is a new style of read, and it's a read that's going to be coming in on another channel that I'm developing that I'll announce later this week. It's going to be all about this kind of stuff. It's going to be more about the disco path, okay? If you don't know what disco is Discordianism. Don't get fooled by the name Discordian, okay? Discordianism is basically very much in alignment with this energy of Pluto preparing to start to make its way back to Aquarius. For that dawning of the age of Aquarius is a very revolutionary kind of energy, or as I like to say, a revolution with a lowercase r, more an evolutionary energy, okay? So I really want to kind of reclaim that word revolution because I think people have a very negative connotation when they think of revolution. And that's not accidental. That's all the result of propaganda, programming, not wanting people to evolve. You know, if the powers that be had it their way, we would all stay slow and dull and apathetic, willing to hand over the reins of control in our lives and not questioning anything, okay? But to evolve is very revolutionary, all right? And this is what we're being called to do right now. We are being called to look at our power structures, not only globally, okay, but also within our own lives. And where are things not working anymore? Where does it make sense to buck tradition? Where does it make sense to do something a new way, to look at something through a different perspective? A different reality tunnel, if you will. And that's what Discordianism is all about. It's about shaking up belief constructs. It's about understanding that chaos is the creative birthplace of all that we see come into material reality. I mean, we wouldn't even exist if it weren't for chaos. And yet people have a very cantankerous relationship with chaos. They don't understand that chaos is a creative force. It takes chaos to birth a star. I believe it was Nietzsche that said that. And Nietzsche is, you know, one of the many philosophers, if you will, that you will find associated with Discordianism as our other figures like Alan Watts, Timothy Leary, Robert Anton Wilson, very centrally, you know, Ra. It's all about Ra. But there's a lot of deprogramming we need to do when we think of this word revolution. So I have a hashtag that I have going around in regard to this, and it's revolution, but with a lowercase r, because we need to evolve the way we look at revolution. Why? Because it's something that's been programmed by our medium, Well, the medium, what we're creating from now is a place of fear, right? And that's a fear that's been programmed into the collective consciousness. It's a fear that's been programmed by media and indoctrination through the scholastic system, indoctrination through certain religious religious avenues as well. You know, there's a lot of money in religion. We have to really understand this, that it's every bit as much of an entity as any governmental force is. Okay, so there's a lot of programming out there. There's a lot of unlearning to do. All right, a lot of unlearning to do, and in particular around the area of revolution. What does revolution really mean? Well, at its core, revolution means to revision what it means to evolve and move forward, which is why I have that hashtag, little r, revolution. It's about putting the emphasis on the evolution, the new way forward. Yeah, it's about looking at a new way forward, recognizing that the old way no longer works. There's something that needs to be transmuted here. There's something we need to see clearly. And yes, this card is definitely about sex, but sex is the driving force that brings everything into creation. Don't get tripped up on that. Again, this is a bit of Discordianism. Stop looking at things superficially. You hear the word sex, you get activated, you get triggered. Sex is just merely the merging of two polarities, the masculine, the feminine. Well, you can't create a new way forward until you merge together the masculine and the feminine polarities. This is inherent in nature. All of nature is sexual. So if you have a puritanical view of that, that allows you to kind of stay cloistered in your safe little definitions of what's what, then this is a concept that's difficult for you to grasp. You have to be able to drop down those defenses. That's what they are. They're defenses to conscious expansion. They've been put in place for a reason. They're to keep you in your place, all right? We're being asked to meditate on this a little bit. We're being asked to move out of monkey mind, monkey see, monkey do, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, and instead confront these things that we don't talk about, that we're not willing to look at, that we don't want to see, you know, and that we don't want to hear, that we close ourselves off to because we're stuck in our own narrative. We're being asked to have another look at this, okay? What does it mean to create? Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Robert Anton Wilson actually brought that question forward and extrapolated on it. It was just like so brilliant too, because of course the egg came first. There were eggs here long before there were chickens here. You know, we had a whole bunch of different dinosaurs come on the scene before chickens were ever here. You know what I'm saying? So the egg came first, right? So maybe there's something we need to learn. You know, man evolved from monkey, looking at evolution, okay? So it's like, let's go back. Let's go back farther than that. Maybe there's something we don't understand. Look, I love the snake there pointing the way to evolution. You know, there's some ideas that it's time that their number is up, okay? We're really needing to look at a new way to impregnate the future. And we have to look at where we're setting our targets. With Master of the Hunt, I love that this came up on the split because this is the same card that came up in the Quest for the Cauldron of Dagda, okay, when I did the report. It's about being aware of what you're aiming for, you know? This reminds me of those little noodles that are at the car lots, right? You know, what are we investing in? Are we setting our targets on a future that just further invests in capitalism? Have we not seen the way this doesn't work? It's time to really restructure the way we move forward. And it's not a game. You know, it's not a game. You know, we look at things and we look at things in sort of a tongue-in-cheek way. You know, we make a mockery out of things. We joke about capitalism. You look at meme culture. A lot of meme culture has to do with this. It has to do with looking at things that are actually really ugly, really hard to swallow, and making light of them. And it does come a point when we have to take the blinders off, when we can't mask things anymore, when we need to look at them realistically so we can understand how this is folly, you know? We need to understand the gravity of what we're facing. And that's what Pluto going into Capricorn, direct into Capricorn, is all about. I mean, when we think about that Capricorn energy, we're looking at big goat energy, right? Big goat energy. This is about a little bit of stubbornness, you know. This is about using those horns a little bit. This is about kind of calling ourselves to the mat. And it's also about being a little rebellious, doing things differently, doing things a new way. But we have to remember that with Capricorn, Capricorn is ruled by Saturn. So this piece comes into play. Now you take Saturn energy, that Saturnian energy, you marry it with the Pluto energy, what do you get? You get this real kind of like, it can be mean and heavy. Okay, it can be mean and heavy in terms of existing power structures. This can be a bit of like lick my boots, you know. And those power structures having that kind of stronghold can only have that stronghold if there's a lot of people out there that are willing to lick those boots. On the cut of the deck energy, we have random clip art. You know, this reminds me of just like this pablum, like the way that we are programmed, you know. And here on the other side, we got Aunt Brenda, you know, who's got the man right where she wants him there. She's like, time's up. This situation needs a little more cowbell, okay? We need to nurture the right things with that snake clamped to the teeth there, you know? It's like the chickens are coming home to roost. I love this deck. I absolutely love this deck. This is the Arcane Bullshit deck. And it's a lot of fun. It's nonsensical. It's absurd. It's very Discordian, and that's why I like to work with it. And it really drives the point home very simply, very succinctly, but brings in a bit of humor, you know, and sometimes we do need a little bit of that humor, okay, but not to the extent that it causes us to sort of pull the wool over our own eyes. So having Pluto move direct into Capricorn will not allow this, just simply will not allow this. And we know that Saturn is going to require you to put your boots on. Saturn is going to require you to do the work. How this affects each sign is going to be a little bit different, okay? But this is a time when you're not going to just be able to skate anymore, and where things aren't working in your life, or where there's inequities, or where you recognize that something really needs to shift, and it needed to shift as of like yesterday, you're not going to be able to just like sit on your laurels anymore. You got to get up and you got to get to work, and you got to have a game plan, and you got to really, you know, put some muscle into it. This is going to take some elbow grease. Now, how it affects each sign and the area they're being asked to transform is a little different, okay? And I'm going to go ahead and just kind of like run down the list of how it's going to affect each sign, the area that you need your revolution in, where you're doing this evolutionary work, where you're being asked to think outside of the box, look at things a little bit differently. But first, I want to get kind of like a collective read on the situation with the Arcane Bullshit deck. And then after I do that, I'll go into each individual sign, and we're going to just like do one pass of the cards, okay? However many cards you get for that sign, that's however many cards you get. I'm not going to mess around with, you know, doing multiple passes and going for hours upon hours with this. It's a message also that doesn't require that. You know what I'm saying? It's like this energy is very straightforward. It's very matter of fact. In some ways, it can be taskmaster. So if you thought that you were going to get to kind of like put up your feet at this time, relax, take it easy. No, it's quite the opposite. It's like pedal to the metal. I brought this in earlier this year in my reads, and I was saying that things are different this year. Like we're being asked to not take it, you know, to that place of the turning within time. We're being asked to focus very, very prominently on building the light in our lives. And when we look at the light principle, that's all about taking action. It's not about sitting around. It's not about relaxing. Things are really coming to a crescendo. The energy is building. And if you're tapped in at all, especially at nighttime, if you really just like get quiet and still at night and you tune into the atmosphere, you can feel it. It's like a rumble. It's a rumble that's like brewing beneath the earth. It's like this pressurized energy, but it's also cathartic at the same time. And it's wanting to erupt and break through. If you are getting in touch with yourself, if you're practicing meditation, if you're practicing yoga, if you're practicing tantra, if you're working on any kind of conscious expansion, spiritually. You're feeling this rumble within. Some of you are experiencing uncoinlings. Your kundalini is awakening. You're ready for this, you know, you're ready to go up to the next level. Some of you are having this expansion happen on a psychic level. You have vision awakening in you. For some of you, this is the first time. Oh yeah. Blockage around that. Okay. For some of you, this is the first time. For some of you, you're starting to channel and you haven't done this before. And maybe you come from very like structured, strict religious backgrounds that told you this is not acceptable. You're not supposed to do these things. And yet you have this gift awakening in you. And wait a minute, but I'm a God-fearing woman. I'm a God-fearing man. I don't understand. What is this saying about me? Well, maybe the people that programmed your consciousness have got it wrong. Maybe you don't need an intermediary to tell you which way the wind blows in the spiritual realm. Maybe you're tapped directly into source. Did you ever think about that? And did you ever question why maybe it might really serve an organization, especially an organization as prominent, as prolific, and that has as big of a stronghold as Catholicism globally? Have you ever questioned why it might serve them for you to believe that you need an intermediary? Queen of holes. There's a lot of holes in this theory here. All right. A lot of holes. Look at that. The kingdom of heaven is always open to you. You don't need to trust an intermediary to lead the way. It's all inside of you. The keys to the kingdom are all inside of you. They've been inside of you all along, okay? And this is not to put down anybody's spiritual belief, but it's to understand that spirituality and religion are two separate entities, okay? When we look at religion, we're looking at dogmatic thinking, and we are looking at rules, regulations, borders, things that have been put into place very much for structure, for control, and for programming. And you don't have to believe that, but it's the facts. And even theologists will admit this. If you study, if you study the roots of different religious traditions, this is the facts. This is the truth. And there was always things that had to be manipulated to drive people away from independent spiritual thought in order to get them to conform and to take on this new like blueprint of how spirituality is allowed to be expressed. Okay, so you might be bumping up against this. I think a lot of people will be. Okay, a lot of people will be. I notice it a lot just on YouTube. I find it very interesting because there's a lot of devout Christians on YouTube, and there's a lot of devout Christians who really enjoy watching tarot. And I'm like, wait a minute, make it make sense, And then the same people will also be, talking about, readers being the devil, but yet they like certain readers. And it's like, no, it doesn't work like that. Like, this isn't occult art, when we're looking at channeling, when we're looking at tarot reading, when we're looking at these things, these are occult arts. They are, but yet you recognize spirit there. Okay. So there's something to be said for that. When does your own judgment, when does your own heart, when does your own soul have more weight than what somebody's programmed you to believe? All these things are coming in to be shaken up right now. That's what this 1010 portal is about. It's not just a numerological thing, although it is very significant that we have Pluto going direct into Capricorn on this day. Because with 10, we're looking at the ending of an old cycle, correct? But we're also looking at the beginning of a new one. It means until this old cycle is wrapped up, we can't move into the new. We can't have that revolution. We can't evolve. Not independently within our own lives, but also not globally. We don't get beyond these societal issues. We don't get to the other side. And right now it's really critical that we do, which is why it's not time to rest. It's not. There's a lot of irony in that. With the 1010, it's doubled, right? With the 1010, it's doubled. But you also have to look at it like this. We have to look at the whole date numerologically. Let's look at this date. 2023 breaks down to 7 energy. 10 breaks down to 2. So 2 plus 7 is 9. We know that what's happening right now, it's very spiritual, okay? Big hermit energy. It's energy that we are meant to take pause with, really look at, consider on a higher level. There's a lot to be mindful of before we move forward on our path, but that hermit card gives us a little bit of a clue about the way to move forward, right? We got to let the light guide us forward. And that's what we're being asked to build right now. So what's happening right now is very significant. You may be asked to rebel. You might be rebelling in your life. You could be rebelling against a social group. You could be rebelling against a system of thought. You could be rebelling against your work, you know, the kind of work you do. You could be rebelling against something more high, more lofty, like something that affects the global consciousness. You may be rebelling against a power structure. You may be rebelling in a relationship. You may be rebelling against ideas of what is acceptable for how you can express your sexuality, for how you can express your gender. I mean, this is all coming in. We're seeing all of this stuff is happening. People are questioning. They're questioning, and sometimes is it messy? Is it sometimes confusing? Does it sometimes go off the rails? Absolutely. But that's what that process is about. You know, when things come undone, first it gets kind of messy before things become clear, right? We have to be mindful of all of this, all right? But with that 9 energy, we also know that numerologically what's happening now, not only is it significant, but something's being wrapped up, okay? And with 1010, that is just further emphasized. But we know with 1 energy, there's the seed of the new beginning and the ending. And with those zeros there, that always indicates spiritual gifts. So it's wise for us to wrap this up. Interesting. I don't know where the spider is right now, but I got outside the window here. They finally did weave a web, and it looks like they caught a moth. Like a moth to a flame. Yeah, some of you have been chasing after things that seem bright, that seem glimmery. You got burned, right? You might be realizing it's time to like completely transform everything. Seeing that moth energy, it also always reminds me of Carlos Castaneda and one of his visionary trips he went on in the desert with peyote, where he had this moth experience. It's a pretty wild story, and that's making me think of the disco curriculum that I have here on Broadcoven. If you go down and playlist, we already have the first module for the Questers of the Cauldron of Dagda that's supposed to be completed by October 14th, okay? So if you did your brownie points work and you got to skip ahead and you still have some of that to complete, still please keep your agreement, okay? Don't let it backfire on you. Make sure you complete it by October 14th. That's coming up Saturday this week, the day after my birthday. So holding you to it, okay? I already started the second module. For those that are interested, the second module is what we're going to be building when we quest for the final jewel of the Tuatha De Danann. And don't worry, after this is not going to be the end of this. I'm going to keep going with this. We're going to keep questing. I don't know what'll come in next, okay? It's being spontaneously corrected. Corrected. Spontaneously corrected? What does that mean? It's a form of course correction. I like this. Maybe that is the way forward. Maybe we do need to bring a little bit more creativity and more spiritedness, have a way of dealing with these like revolutionary concepts in a way that brings a spirit of like kind of play. Maybe the role playing is very beneficial in that way. I mean, that did come in earlier in the year, this LARPing energy, and the way that that can be very helpful for allowing us to grok certain qualities, certain essences that we need to like have the, you know, have the cojones to do what we need to do to actually wrench the fabric of what's kind of been weaved throughout our narrative just as a people, you know, as humanity, what we think we have to put up with, or what we think is the way things are. You know, the way things are is totally up for grabs. It all depends. Do we want to keep looking at the same window on the grid of the matrix, or do we want to completely reprogram it? I mean, I'm all for hacking the algorithm. And when I'm speaking of that, I'm not talking about anything going down, you know, online in terms of any kind of warfare. I'm talking about hacking our ideas about reality. I'm talking about changing up the narrative. When we hack our ideas about reality, and then we also activate our voices, we start to bring our voices forward, which is what I'm here to do in this like revolutionary process. That's my role. I'm a messenger. That's what I'm here to do. The inspiration comes in, I share it. What I share isn't always popular. What I share sometimes ruffles feathers. Ted's confirming this with a yes. You know, I come around and I adopt certain roles too, to like shake you up, shake up your consciousness, you know. But if you haven't figured it out by now, I'm totally 100% motivated by heart and soul. That's what I'm about. I want to see everybody win. I want to see people heal. I want to see a sense of reverence restored to the land and to beautiful cultures all across the globe. I want people to learn how to understand one another. I want people to get out of divisory mindset. I want everybody on the same page, because that's when we're really empowered, and that's when we heal, and that's when we all find a sense of belonging and nobody's left behind. It's all inclusive. That's what I'm about. I'm really about freedom. Some people say they're about freedom, but they're really not. They're like, well, freedom, but only for this sector of the population. And then this sector, well, I don't agree with their thoughts, their views, their lifestyle, so they're excluded from that. Well, then you're not for freedom. Then you're an enemy. You're a traitor. You're a turncoat. You have no conviction. And that's what this energy, Pluto and Saturn, is all about. It's like, it'll call people out. It's like, what do you really represent? Oh, you pay a lot of lip service. You know, you're a mouthpiece. You do a lot of talk. Blah, 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 blah. After a while, it starts to sound like the evening news. It starts to sound like the teacher in the Peanuts classroom. You remember? Wah, 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 wah. That was a very evolved, like forward-thinking cartoon. Like, a lot of people don't realize it, but that's what it is. That's what it is. There's some really great memes going around too, and some different reels going around. There was a reel that went around that was really potent. I don't know where it is now. I'm not on social media anymore. This is it for me. I still have a TikTok account up, but I don't use it, you know. I'm just spending all my time on YouTube. This is where I want to be. This is where I want to build community, because there's other creative people here, and people are here using their voices. And unlike TikTok, what I see is very different over here on YouTube is that people here, it's more progressive. You know what I'm saying? It's not just like, oh, we're here for shits and giggles and we're here to like shake our booties at the camera. It's not about that. It's people are here like sharing things that they actually really believe in. They have conviction about, you know, or they're trying to make a change in the world, or they're just sharing something fun, but at least they're bringing forward their creativity. It's a different context of communication. And I love that, you know, things have been loosened here where you can get access to the community board, where you can use your community board just like you would on any other social media. And you can just, you know, link up with people through subscribes. You don't need to friend up. You can subscribe. It's like, yeah, I resonate with what you're sharing. I subscribe to it. You know, it's kind of like a statement of like, yeah, you're my ilk, you know, you're my people. I resonate with that. So, you know, this is something that's really coming forward. It's like, okay, you say you believe in certain things. You say that these are ideals that you hold dear. You say you believe in freedom, but will you really speak for it? Will you rise for it? Will you stand for it? And that means all inclusivity. That means everybody has that same right to freedom and to choose the life that's right for them. Well, how do we move forward? You know, what does that look like? You know, the evening news will tell you that anarchy is about violence and destruction, and, well, they make it that way. You think they really want to show you what it really is, what it's really about? Of course they don't. They don't want you to know that it's about independent governing, governing amongst communities, communities that are formed through other individuals who look through the same, window on the grid of reality, and they've decided to come together of their own independent free will to co-create community together. It's a beautiful thing. It's the same concept of like a commune, it's the same thing, only done on a global level. Like, oh, wow, we can come together as community. You need to go outside, Ted? One moment. Hi, baby. We can come together as community, and we can form our own communities, and we can set up our own rules about that, and we can move forward independently. What a concept. It's the native way, actually. It is the native way. Native American indigenous tribes, it's the way they do things. Everything is decided on a tribal level, right? It looks like solar power. It looks like practices that honor the land. It looks like sustainability. It looks like permaculture. It looks like growing your own food, like doing your own ranching, making healthcare available for all, these things, these concepts, where you can work with more of a new type of economy, a barter and trade system, where everybody's contributions within the community are appreciated. There's a way that everybody can win. And of course, to get that established, you first have to do that through the constructs of capitalism, because that's what's in play right now in the Western world. How do you do that? How do you do that? Does it have to be a difficult thing? No. We can hang loose as we surf this Zuvaya, as we find our way forward, all right? We can evolve, and we can evolve in a way that it can be creative, it can be playful, it can be fun, it can be spirited, all right? So this is what, I really want to build here, this energy where it's like, let's look at doing things in a new way. And I'm going to kind of like, for my part in it, the way I'm going to exhibit this energy that's building, that's working toward moving into that dawning of the age of Aquarius, which we'll have in 2025, around the summertime, around July, when the nodes of destiny shift out of Libra in the South Node and Aries in the North Node, and the age of the Kali Yuga finally wraps up. We head into our golden age. We head into the dawning of the age of Aquarius, and we get a chance to roll things out in a different way, do them a different way. It's not our first time at this rodeo. We've been here before, right? Look at back in the 60s. Look at the Summer of Love. We saw how that went, all right? People were down for it at first, yeah, they were having a good time, but when it got to the serious matters, they tossed everything aside. Well, we're at a more critical juncture at this time. We can't do that anymore. We can't toss aside the necessity for these changes anymore. We really have to take things seriously, right? And Saturn's going to hold us to it, all right? Which is why it's coming in Saturn first, to sort of like set the template, like, okay, we got to move forward here. We got to start taking steps to revolutionize the way we move forward. Also, look at what's going to really come forward right now, just in the collective consciousness, is there's going to be a lot of restructuring around the structures of the power that be. People are starting to question these things. We're also going to see this happening politically, within these structures, okay, that have been set up to kind of keep everything contained within the current framework of reality. There's going to be frisson within these structures. You're going to start noticing that people within these structures, these power structures, are going to start turning on each other. The officials are going to start turning on each other. You can already see it. It's already happening. There's a turning of a tide. There's a shifting in the balance of power. It's something that's already going down. Let's have that. Come on, Daywood. This is already upon us, all right? And we have our own role to play in that, but that's a little further down the road. At first, it's beginning with our own process. It's beginning with us, how are we viewing our own life, and where are we feeling really held back? Where are we feeling stuck? Where are we towing the line? Where maybe we should be giving some pushback. Maybe we should be questioning things. Maybe we should be striking out in a bold new way. Bottom of the deck energy here. Let's see what we got. Yeah, we got little Pablo, okay? Little Pablo coming in with King Fancy, you know, this is very interesting. Yeah, you know, we got some situations where they might have us by the pinchers, you know what I'm saying? Where we find ourselves in compromising situations that are very constrictive, that don't allow us to, you know, really move forward in our lives in a dynamic way or affect change in a dynamic way within our lives. But we don't have to be stuck there, you know. Grab it by the tail if it's got you by the balls, you know what I'm saying? It don't take a lot of strength to do this, you know. It may have been like taking candy from a baby, but you know, the baby can always take control and take that power back and birth a new way forward. You can do this in your own life. When I think of, you know, this energy here as well, this lobster energy, I mean, they are bottom feeders. So you got to think about this, you know. You might be sort of held in place by a lot of bottom feeder energy, a lot of user energy in your life. What are you invested in? What are you allowing to keep you stuck? You might want to challenge your allegiance, whether it's to an ideal, whether it's to a certain group of people, whether it's to a certain power structure that you've erected in your life that you allow to dictate, you know, your choices. It might be time to, you know, look at the different side of things and get a hold of this and charge the way forward, you know, blow that horn to charge the way forward in a new way. Frog medicine, spiritual cleansing. This is about purification. It's also about emotional cleansing, you know. And maybe that's what you need to do first. Maybe you've been just kind of like going along with the status quo. Some of you might have been like distracting yourselves. I don't know why I got like Mardi Gras vibes with this too. Some of you may have been distracting yourselves with just like kind of partying or numbing out or, you know, getting distracted by other things. And maybe it's time to get a hold of this behavior, cleanse this behavior. Make some changes to your habits so you can look at things clearly. I also see this as the dawn of the new beginning, when what has had a clamp down on us and has had us held in this constrictive space is being cleansed away with Gabriel, you know, sounding that horn and talking about the birth of the new beginning. I think of Gabriel blowing the horn. I think of judgment, you know, it's like it's judgment day. Don't let that fill you with doom and gloom. Judgment day is when, you know, what was dead, you know, what was down for the count finally gets its second wind, takes a stand and rises back up. It's a revolutionary kind of energy. You're being asked to revolutionize your life. You're being asked to revolutionize your emotional reality. You're being asked to revolutionize your mental landscape. You're being asked to revolutionize the way you move forward. And globally, we're being asked to revolutionize and think about the power structures that we've put in place. And does it work? Is it working? Really, is it working? When we look around and we see how other people are feeling, how other people are supported in this world, when we look at the inequities, you know, just even economically, is it really working? Is it? It isn't, you know, and something needs to change. Something needs to change, and that's why there's so much disruption globally. That's why there's so much upheaval, and it's why there's so much disruption even within these power structures right now, because everybody knows it's not working and it's not sustainable. So this is what Capricorn, Pluto, you know, doing this dance together is all about. It's about, yeah, you know, we recognize we're all going to hell in a handbasket. Now, what are we going to do to change that course? Are we just going to dive straight down into the flames and be incinerated? I mean, we can do that. We've done that. We've done that many times in civilization, in the pursuit of power, in the pursuit of our desires, our lusts, our greed. Okay, we can go down that route again, but we have an opportunity to evolve and to shift our course and to move on up, and to understand that we can create a new way forward where everybody eats, everybody's supported, right? You know, right now, this is the way it's been. You know, again, I have to look at, like, this is giving me big Pope vibes, you know? It's reminding me of the entity of religion, and how spirituality has been distorted by this on a certain level. This is not to put down anybody's religious belief whatsoever at all. I'm all for freedom of spirituality, freedom of religious expression, okay? But we have to really look at the way the programming of Catholicism has actually denied that freedom of spiritual expression from a lot of different cross-cultural groups. I mean, these are power structures that have been put in place, and religion is big money. This is facts. This is facts. All you have to do is take a look at the Vatican, and you know the religion is big money. But we know that it's time's up on this. Look for King Fancy, you know, talking about piousness, talking about modesty, talking about humility, and then being surrounded by all this grandiose gold, these riches, this wealth, as there's people starving in the world. This is close to God. We have to start questioning things. These are not easy things to question. Why? Because they challenge the very nature of the fabric of our own roots, what we were told, how we grew up, you know, the beliefs, the ideals that have been programmed into us. It's disruptive. Revolutionary energy is tower energy. That's what Pluto in Aquarius is. It is that tower energy. It's the lightning bolt that comes down that demands wake up. Like, wake up. The walls are shaking. The ground is quaking. The roof is about to blow off the joint. Wake up. And it first happens within our own lives. It happens with our own minds. Oh, yeah, the roof is on fire, you know, the head is burning. Like, there's a need for that Kundalini energy, which is really just pure, raw, primal consciousness to rise and activate the awareness, right? The more that people can, like, focus their time, their energy, and attention on things like the disco curriculum that I'm putting up, even if you're just like letting it play in the background, instead of tuning into things like Facebook, Instagram, you know, TikTok, stuff that's not focused on consciousness, stuff that doesn't let you really connect with people in a real way. If you really want to connect with people, like, pick up the phone. If you really want to connect with people, like, ask them to go out and, you know, grab a cup of coffee with you. Like, really connect with people. If you really want to connect with people, like, get out in your community, interact with strangers, watch how things change. Go out in your community, you know, see a stranger on the street, somebody struggling, somebody having a hard time, somebody who just looks like maybe they could even just use a kind ear or some kindness. Can you take a moment to take the risk to ask that person if they need a helping hand, or if they need somebody to sit with them and listen to their story? Have you ever tried it? Try it. It's revolutionary. I do this on the regular. It's an amazing experience what it opens up within you. You say you want connection. Social media is not connection. You know, really making contact with the world around you and looking at things that are not so pretty is part of what it means to be really connected. Seeing what's real and raw is what it means to be really connected. Having that heartfelt conversation with that person that you've been meaning to have, but instead you've just been engaging in little superficial social media pleasantries. Like, that's not real connection, you know, heart to heart, looking in somebody's eyes, hearing their voice, really dropping in with them, making contact, not just for the good stuff, not just for the laughs, but for the real, the raw stuff. That's what it means to be connected. That's what it means to be connected. And that's what we're being asked to do. We need to. The more that we continue to invest in divisory agendas, and I have to say it, politics is the worst. Politics is not the way forward. It keeps us at war with each other. My side, your side, you know, there's no way to unify under that template. There just isn't. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. And it may have been set up, you know, with higher ideals, but it's become grossly distorted, you know. So this is what Pluto going direct in Capricorn is about. It's about really looking at these power structures and recognizing the way that there isn't a balance of power in these structures. Look, these structures are being built upon our backs. We're in this subservient position while they live in opulence. This is time's up on this. Look, this is being snatched away. It's not going to go on like this anymore. And you're also being asked, as much as we're being asked to look at this on a global level, you're being asked to look at this individually. Where is it in your life that you got a dynamic like this? Where either you're the one who's having everything built upon your back, your support, or where you're doing this to another because you value the superficial, because you value opulence, because you are trying to keep up appearances or keep up with the Joneses. And meanwhile, at what cost? And maybe this is just your ideals resting on your back, you know? You're trying to live up to something that, is it really even worth it? Do you really want this dream? Do you really want the American dream? Isn't it time to dream a new dream? I mean, that's what Pluto direct in Capricorn means for us, all right? Let's do a little pass of the cards here. I'm digging this energy coming in. As I'm doing this read for you all, I'm sitting here and it's pretty cool. This was gifted to me a long time ago. It's a whale rib, all right? And I was really feeling like it needed like an infusion of energy. And I kept feeling like I like sat with this piece, this medicine piece. Isn't it amazing? Look at this rib. Ooh, I'm getting so much chills coming in from this, like the sentience around this, you know, whale medicine. Whale is the record keeper. It's a very sacred medicine. And I was sitting with this and I was holding this, you know, and just listening to it, you know, the singing of the bones, you know, because there's so much in the bones, right? There's so much in our roots. And when we're looking at that whale medicine, we're looking at that, the Akashic records. You can't go further back in roots than the Akashic records, you know. It is the record keeper, you know, that is the medicine of whale. And I kept feeling this need that it needed the waters, you know, it needed purification, but not just like me, like dunking it in some water. It was like, no, it needed water from the sky. And I was out there, like, I can't tell you how long I've been feeling like we need water. We need water. I mean, I think it first came in when there was the fires in Maui, right? And just being from Sonoma County and spending my whole life there, growing up there, we're well acquainted with fires. You know, I'm just outside of the Detroit area now in Michigan. But I know what that's like, you know, to lose your life just like that, you know, due to fire. And in fact, I personally dealt with a fire crisis in my life when my business burned up. I was sharing space. I was sharing space with a group of other practitioners, different holistic practitioners. And, you know, I had just gotten to the place where I was really successful, you know, I was really successful in what I built for myself. And unfortunately, one of the practitioners left a hot plate on overnight and it burned the whole building down. You know, we lost everything overnight. It's amazing the effect that has. People don't understand. It's not really the loss of the material possessions. It's the loss of what it symbolized. You know, the loss of what was built, you know, the loss of what you poured your like life blood into, the loss of the dreams, the loss of the stability, the security, for some cases, memories, you know, just up in smoke. Like it's radically shifting, you know, so I really feel that energy. And fire is a big transformer, right? And even when we look at that tower energy, it's that lightning bolt that comes down. It's the fire that comes down from the heavens and brings down the false tower, you know.
It makes me think of the Tower of Babylon for some reason, and the way that, you know, that's what happened. You know, there was this like desire for humanity to reach this place of like excessive power, control, opulence, you know, arrogance. This story is in every tradition. You know, it's the same story of Icarus, who wanted to fly to the sun, you know, but takes a great fall. You know, this has been ruling the roost for too long, and this fire is coming down to bring down this whole mentality, this whole ideology, this whole way of moving forward. It doesn't work. It's broken. It leads to destruction. It leads to imbalance. It leads to division. It leads to the haves and the have-nots. And where there's division, there's no way for there to be mutual empowerment. There just isn't, you know? So it's like the records want to awaken, like the memory of the way things should be, the way things are meant to be, the memory of the keys to the kingdom that were lost. Like, it's wanting to awaken in the collective consciousness. But, you know, I felt this, like that whale medicine was ailing, like it was needing nurturing. And so ever since those fires came in Maui, I've had this out, like sitting out back with, you know, where I like to give offerings to fairy. And I've just been like asking for the rain and asking for the rain to come in. Like, felt so important for the rains to come in. And every day I would watch like these clouds gather over here. And then it was like something wanted to just like fight this nurturing coming in, wanted to just like fight this relief, this cleansing that wanted to come in. Because eventually like a sucker hole would like come over the house and take over the clouds that had formed, and it was just like dry and parched. And I feel like that's where we're at as a collective consciousness. You know, we're dry, we're parched, we're thirsty, we're needing that nurturing. We're also needing a return to the mother energy. There's been too much emphasis on the father energy, on the masculine principle. And it's not that it's supposed to go the other way. It's not. This is where society always gets it wrong. This is where toxic feminism has gotten it wrong. That's another imbalance of power. We need to have a restoration of the unified holding of power between these masculine, feminine principles. And until that takes place, we're going to continue to be on different pages, and it will have a destructive quality. You know, we need both. Both are essential for creation. The masculine provides the avenue. The feminine is the creative principle and needs to move through that birthing portal that is being, it's interesting that I said boarding. It almost made me think of aborting. It's like we're aborting the new beginning that wants to come in by getting into these silly like push-pull dynamics of like, no, it's about the patriarchy. No, it's about a matriarchy. No, it's about us realizing it's two sides to the same coin and that we need both. Held in balance, you know. Finally, the rains came. Finally, the rains came. 3 days, and I let it sit out there for 3 days, and then let it get dried out in the sun. Oh, and the energy feels so good in this whale medicine right now. And so this feels really good to me. I feel like this is coming in. Whale medicine is coming in. I'll probably do a short. Maybe I'll bring it in tonight's healing session I'm going to do as promised. It's bringing in a white light oracle healing session for you all with some Reiki and some journeying. And I want to, I think, infuse this. We'll bring some whale totem into. It'll really work in harmony with what I was wanting to bring in, because there's a lot of like lunar essence quality that's wanting to come in. So I'm excited to do this for you all tonight. I haven't decided. I don't know. I might do it live. We'll just see. I've kind of been enjoying doing the lives. Actually, I'm sort of surprised. For a while I was avoiding it, but I'm starting to feel like I like the flow of not having it pre-recorded. I mean, there's times for all of it. There's times when I need to pull my energy back, certainly, but this is kind of feeling good for me right now to just like drop in live time and give the opportunity for other people to drop in too and share their voice. And for all of you who catch the replay, you know, you're every much a part of this, you know, as those who make the live. So I appreciate those who drop in with me. Yeah, very special medicine awakening right now collectively, right? Let's have a look. We're going to do a little read, and then I'm going to go ahead and go into individual reads for each of the signs, and they'll be very condensed, okay? We're just going to do one pass of the cards. I'm going to use my trusty playing card deck for that, okay? That's on the bottom of the deck here. Oh, interesting. Right on the bottom of this deck, we have King of Diamonds coming up in the light. Yeah, I mean, this is what it's about. It's about really moving into that Capricorn energy, you know. A Capricorn energy on point is, you know, the GOAT, right? The greatest of all time, man. Capricorn is solid. Capricorn is relentless in pursuit of the higher ideal. Capricorn will do the work, right? Nose to the grindstone, very focused, very, very focused. A big activation of that, you know, real North Node energy. North is associated with the element of earth directionally, okay? And North is about rooting things in material reality. This is when you're not just, you know, talking about it. You're not just thinking about it with air. You're not just maybe taking some sporadic actions toward it or feeling passionate about it, spirited about it, getting riled up about it as you would with South and the Fire. And it's also not about just like feeling the heart connection to it, right? Fueling it with your emotions and your spirituality, like with the West and water element, all right? North is like, no, I'm doing the damn thing. I'm living it. My life is a testimony to this. I'm putting on my boots. I'm doing the work. I'm actually moving forward. Like, this is not just something that I'm paying lip service anymore. I'm living out this reality. So I like to see this, okay? This is really empowered for this to come up on the bottom of the deck energy. Capricorns, I think you're really feeling this energy in your lives. I don't think you're avoiding this at all. This just coming in right off the bat. I mean, Capricorns are getting a little extra read here, okay? Right off the bat, I feel like Capricorns, you're in this place where you're like, yep, I've been through hell and back, and I got my orders. Like, I know what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm following my steps to a T. I'm not dropping the ball. I'm not dropping the bag either. You know, I feel like you recognize that to be in a place of prosperity actually furthers higher ideals in your life. It allows you to make more of a difference in the world. Some of you are extremely enterprising, man. You just are. Like, you have visions of, like, who says, you know, that the 1% has to be corrupt? Maybe what's really corrupt is that it's only 1%. It's not that the wealth is what is wrong. It's the distribution of it. And we have to really look too at shaking up our ideas about that. Okay, if you're a person who pays a lot of lip service to stuff, but you don't get off your butt and actually do the work, like, are you using the 1% as a scapegoat? I mean, it's something to look at. Are you apathetic? Are you victimized? There's nothing you can do about it? Yeah, hell yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy. Is it set up for it to be easy? No. Capitalism is not set up for it to be easy, but this is the framework that you have to work with right now. So you have to figure out how to get around that while still affecting change within it. And if you think that's an impossibility, then you can watch what I roll out here, because I'm going to show a way that you can start to work within the current framework to make positive change that considers the benefit and the good of everybody. All right, it can be done. And there are even people that are within the 1% who do it the right way. Tony Robbins is a prime example. Don't think that he was an overnight success. He wasn't. He worked his butt off. He knows what it means to be in poverty. And he gives back every single day. Every single day he gives back. Do you know how many people in America he feeds that would normally go hungry? Do you know how much work he does, philanthropic work on a global level? There are people that do have these benefits that are using them for the betterment of humanity. So if you're one of those people who thinks it's somehow more spiritual, more pious, more noble to be poor, it's not true. Because within this current structure, the more that you can get organized, the more that you can get your ish together and get to work and make a success out of yourself, the more that you can affect change in this world. And that's the reality. So you can look down at people that are on their hustle. You can look down at people that are on their grind. You can say they're one of the man, but you don't know how that person's choosing to move forward. And that person may be choosing to move forward in such a way where they can create positive change within that framework that's actually rather revolutionary. So it's also about getting beyond your ideas of this, okay? Money's coming through very strongly because we know when we're looking at Capricorn, okay? Like they do care about this, you know, they care about that kind of stability. This is for any strong placement, okay? Some of you are in Capricorn North Node mode, okay? You have Capricorn North Node. Your North Node is going to be really activated right now. Those of you with Capricorn North Node, you are being called to the mat. Like you may have been moving forward with your objectives business-wise, you know, or your ideas about how to lay a new foundation for your future. You've done pretty well up to this point. Okay, take it up to the next level. Take it up to the next notch. That may be a tall order for you right now. Saturn doesn't care. This is the way Saturn works. Saturn's like mean and heavy sometimes, especially when we look at Pluto direct in Capricorn. I mean, Pluto is quite literally hell, okay? It's that Hades energy, all right? So this is like get to work, you know. It is, it's like Saturn's cracking that whip. Get to work, like no shorts. Like you got to do this thing. You got to, whatever it takes, man. And it takes formulating new structures in your life. So personally, like this is what the Capricorn energy is saying. Okay, playtime is over. Like what do you need to do to turn your life around, to turn your health around, to turn your mindset around, to turn your relationships around, all of it. And globally, what's your piece? Because you do have a piece in that too. You don't just get to blame the power structures that are in place. Like it's up to you to make a change individually. You don't get to just like pass the buck. It doesn't work like that. We're all responsible. So this is about stepping up to the plate, holding your share of that responsibility. That's what accountability is. That's what integrity is, okay? So this energy is really calling us forward, but it shows success. Look at that King of Diamonds in the light. This is positive, all right? You're really being told that where you invest, where you get to work, where you do what's asked for, you're going to see a radical transformation in your life and a whole new foundation to build upon. You'll also see financial success, all right? It's coming in, but we're going to get to that later. That Capricorn energy got a little extra of a read, and I mean, I think so. You deserve that, Cappies. I respect the Capricorn energy. I have some Capricorn in my chart. I know Capricorns. My brother is a Capricorn. Very, very diligent, very focused. My brother does the work. He never complains, you know? Yep. And he's been like that his whole life. I know another Capricorn, Miss Jenna, you know, very, very strong. They're very resilient people. Capricorns are really resilient people. And they are very much able to look at things as they are, understand what needs to be done, and then without any complaint, they just set to work and they do it. You got to respect the Capricorns in your life, man. They're like salt of the earth people, you know? And I have the pleasure to know quite a few. I have a lot of respect for Capricorns. Master Thea. I don't know if you'll ever see this, but Doug, my friend Dougie, really good, you know, good quality brother, man. He's a Capricorn, you know? So I've known quite a few Capricorns. And I know what it means to hold that spirit. And I have some Capricorn in my chart too. So I've noticed I've had to tap into it a lot more lately. And every time I do, it gives me a lot of strength. It gives me a lot of tenacity. Okay. And these are like the qualities that Pluto going direct into Capricorn is asking for us. Because before we get to that, like, you know, that revelatory moment where we get to move into, you know, the summer of love part 2, you know, before we get into all that, you know, real groovy mind expansion, you know, cool stuff, we first have to deal with the nitty gritty. And that's what this energy is asking us to do. It's like, all right, before we get to move into that whole golden age vibe, that's nice. We have to remember right now, we still got the boot firmly on our necks. Yeah. And what are we going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? You're going to sit on Facebook and complain about it? Oh, let me share this. Let me like that page. I'm doing my part. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. And when you're putting stuff up and you're not actually living it and you're not actually doing anything about it, you're full of it, man. You're full of it. And Capricorn will not allow it. But with Pluto by Cappy's side, Saturn and Pluto together, oh, no, no, it ain't going to work anymore. This is when you're really going to see karma rolling out hardcore for people who just want a free ride. For people who want to rest on their laurels, just watch it roll out, man. It's happening. I'm telling you. People who are not willing to do the work are really going to find the way hard going up ahead. It's already happening. It's already happening. I mean, you got to look. Libra's in the South Node. It's being demanded at this time. You know, that energy all coming in together. It's intense. You know, it's intense. Big Ma'at and Anubis energy, you know. That's what's ruling the roost right now. Anubis, you know. Definitely, you know, dog star energy, yes, but you do have that Pluto quality there too. A pound of flesh, you know what I'm saying? So it's time to get to work. All right, let's do this little collective read here and see what wants to come in. Just what's the overarching theme for the collective with this direct motion of Pluto moving into Capricorn as we prepare to lay the groundwork. What's this? Ooh, a couple things landed right in my lap. Ooh, yep. Absolutely, absolutely. All right, I like this energy coming in. It feels very much in alignment with what I already brought in on the channel download here, okay? So, you know, we already had the Queen of Holes show up, you know. There's a lot of holes in these current power structures, in our current ideologies, in our current way of viewing things, and in the media. You know, this rhetoric that's just being parroted across all platforms. Like, there's holes here, you know. And look at this eye missing. It reminds me of an eye for an eye, you know. You know, an eye for an eye makes the world go blind, you know, kind of energy. It's like, we have to get beyond this idea of division and understand the way that we're all in this same position here, no matter what side you're on. And this even transcends the whole 1% piece, okay? Even within the power structures, do you understand we are all losing the plot right now? That's why you're seeing the power structures are starting to weaken. Things are unraveling. You know, there's all this unrest. Even they've lost the plot. You know, here's the keys to the kingdom, you know. Everybody's looking for the keys, right? Everybody thinks that they have a right to hold the keys to the kingdom. But this door is open. There's a way forward, you know. There is a way forward. But it's not this way, where one person is like the gatekeeper, where one entity, one power structure is the gatekeeper, you know, rules the roost. No one else gets to pass. You know, this energy doesn't work. We all have the same opportunity to step through this door, but first it happens individually before it happens collectively, which is why the tower needs to come in. It has to. It's the great awakener. hopefully you're at this point where you've already been doing this revolutionary work, this evolutionary work in your own life, and you're awake. I'd like to think that the people that are here at Broad Coven, you're already there. I don't think that you would really be like resonating with what I'm bringing to the table unless you've already done some questioning of things. You've already like opened up your mind about things. You're somebody who like seeks out like the truth. You know, you want to know truth, even if the truth is ugly. You've also sought out the truth in yourself. You've had to look at ugly truths in yourself. Like you've done the transformational work. You're well acquainted with the shadow. You choose the light. That's the distinction. People don't understand that. You choose the light. That is true empowerment. When you know the shadow well and you choose the light, not when you whitewash things, right? Not when you spiritually bypass things. No, when you've been in the muck, when you have been in the grime, when you know what it means to go right down into the pit of it, all right? And you still choose the light. You still choose to open your heart. Yeah, maybe people have certain perceptions of you. They have certain judgments of you. They look at you. They make you know, superficial judgments of you. They have their first impressions that are informed by their programming. Maybe you're shaking up people's ideas of who they think that you should be, and so that causes disruption. Like that's part of it, okay? Because there's holes here, you know, and it's just siphoning the energy. Like this is empty. There's nothing of substance here. And all of the reasons why you tell yourself that you need to continue to stay like hitched to this post, or why you continue to flog a dead horse, or why you continue to brainwash yourself, and almost by just continually just reaffirming the programming that, well, this is the truth and this is the way it is, even though it clearly, obviously freaking isn't. Like you're just weakening yourself more and more. And meanwhile, you're holding up this ideal, this like doorway to heaven on earth, and nobody gets to pass because it's invested in a structure that only some people get to say you get access. And that right there is already a false narrative, because this is accessible to all of us, right? This is really about us looking at things in a new way. What comes forward? The heron bearer. Heron is a totem medicine of grace, beauty and grace. And this is like what's on our backs. This is why we're starting to feel really overwhelmed. And it's also why so many people are looking in the wrong places, trying to find a way forward. Look, this dude looks like he dropped his keys and he's trying to find his keys. Maybe he lost some keys recently. I don't know. This might be coming through for somebody who lost their keys recently. They had to go looking for their keys. You know, maybe you're finding this is happening a lot in your life. Maybe you're like losing things constantly. You know, you're fumbling around all the time trying to find. I just put this down. Where is it? You know, it's been on your sunglasses were on top of your head the whole time you were looking for them. This kind of energy. But it's like, look, it's right here. The answer is right here. It's been with you all along. You're not looking at it. You're looking in the wrong places. And with the heron having the fish in the mouth, it's reminding me of this that parable where it's like, give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day, but teach him how to fish and he'll eat forever. You know what I'm saying? This is what it's about. It's about how do we create this kind of reality moving forward, first within the microcosm of our own lives, but then how do we extend this out to the greater collective where it's like, no, everybody eats. Everybody benefits. Let's get out of the competitive mindset. Let's get out of the divisory mindset. Everybody loses. Everybody loses. This is what doesn't work. We know this. This doesn't work. It doesn't work. You know, there's a way for us to move forward that doesn't have to be oppressive, where everybody can benefit. All right. So this is the kind of restructuring that is happening right now. But first, again, it has to be embodied individually. So it may seem silly when there's so many global issues, when there's so many big things, big question marks hanging over our heads, to focus on our own life. Sometimes that may even feel like it's selfish, but the reality is, until more of us like wake up and start doing the work and really start to affect these changes within our own lives and within our own communities, just like I was talking about, like, get out there, get away from the TV, stop like staring at the screen, you know, messing around with frickin', you know, Facebook or whatever. You know, you're talking to strangers online. Why can't you go out, take a walk, and talk to strangers in your frickin' community face to face and make actual connections? You know, what about that? There's something to consider here, you know, especially in light of what happened over the past few years where that type of connection was strongly discouraged. In fact, barred. You need to think about this. The same thing comes into play, you know, in thinking of cryptocurrency. It's the same thing. Oh, soon you won't even have to deal face to face with somebody. Forget about their skills, their talents, their craft, what they bring to the table, their industry, what they've built for themselves with their cottage industry. No, you can just get everything off Amazon and you don't even need to interact. There doesn't even need to be any direct commerce. There doesn't even need to be any money changing hands. You can just do everything electronically. You don't even need a checker to ring you up at the store. No, you know, you can just go through self-checkout now, you know, let it all be taken care of for you. It's so convenient, so wonderful. Isn't this wonderful? Isn't all this convenience wonderful? People really need to start questioning things. They really do. If you're pushing this digital currency stuff, or that's what you're investing in, you might want to really reconsider the karmic weight of that choice. Because it's not something that supports the collective in any way, shape, or form. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. It doesn't. And maybe it's making you some money right now. It's an interesting piece to come in. Because there's a lot of people that are invested in this, and there's a lot of people that are making money this way right now, right? I can't tell you how many people I've had, like, you know, when I was on Facebook, sliding into my DMs. Oh, you know, I want to get you on this digital currency tip, right? We've all been dealing with it. It's like, okay, that's great. You're making money. But at what cost? At what cost? Because if you think it's really serving humanity, it's not. And just like that, it can all disappear. Just like that. You wake up and all that money you got is gone. Just like that. You know, people need to start really questioning things moving forward. And do you see how that's a big global issue, right? But it can be tackled from an individual perspective. You know, use cash. Don't invest in things like that. You know, work out barters and trades too, where you can with people. Trade skills, trade services, trade products. You know, there's different ways to move forward, you know, and it starts with individual movements. And then you take it a step further once you really integrate that in your own life and you go, how can I really bring this out into my local community? Maybe that starts with you just forming a little group, you know, of people, a few people, you get together, and then it grows. That's what grassroots movements are about, you know, and we're being asked to do that first by tending to our own lawns, you know, tending to our own lawns. And then it's like, hey, like we got this communal lawn going here. Like, let's all get out there and mow it together, you know. You know, but this is the key here, you know, and with that, when we start thinking more in those terms, like, well, it's not just about me eating. It's not just about me eating. If on the way, you know, to me going to the diner to enjoy a lovely meal out, I'm seeing a man laying on a bench who's been sitting there in the hot sun, who's hungry, you know, who's hungry, and he's been out there for a couple weeks. And he just needs a sandwich. He just needs a sandwich. You know what I'm saying? Yep. There was a time, you know, way back when, you know, a simpler time where people actually cared about the other people in their community. They cared about their neighbors. You know, they looked out for each other. And that's something that's a traditional value that's really been lost in the name of progressiveness, you know. So there's also this understanding too, you know, because you hear this also amongst ageism and, you know, putting people in different classes according to their ages, the generation they came from. You know, you got the millennials, you know, you got the boomers, you got the Gen Xers, you know, it doesn't matter. There's something, every generation has a value to share, you know. And that's something that the boomers have a value to share, is there is this spirit of like community, and some traditional values have really been spoiled, and they do have merit. They do. You know, we all have stuff we can learn from each other. What are these cards? These cards come out as kind of crossing influences. Yeah, look at, we're biting the hand that feeds us, and that's why we're losing the keys to the kingdom with the golden retriever in reverse. This also makes me think of Papa Legba energy. A Legba opens up the gate in Orisha, okay? But it's also the gate that's at the crossroads, okay? So I see this is very symbolic, you know? It's like we want to move out of this crossroads globally, collectively, on a worldwide level. We know things need to change. The current system of things isn't working. We're also seeing it reflected in our independent lives. We know this. Macrocosms reflected in microcosm. So we have to look at this piece here. Where are we biting the hand that feeds us, first of all? Okay. So this is about giving respect where respect is due, showing appreciation and gratitude where it is warranted as well, you know. Being mindful of those people, places, things, or certain aspects of your life that are feeding you, that are nourishing you, that are giving back to you, that are pouring into you, making sure that you're valuing these things, that you're appreciating these things, that you're not ignoring these things or neglecting these things for more superficial rewards or pursuits, okay? This piece coming in. It's also about recognizing the way we bite the hand that feeds us when we move out of harmony with our soul's directive, okay? That piece is very important too, you know? So if we move forward towards something just because it's like, well, this is a quick win for me, or this allows me to get some fast money, or this allows me to have some clout, or I get some social prestige by doing this, or whatever it may be, some kind of advantage, you know, you lose the keys to the kingdom, you lose your way, you get stuck and hung up at the crossroads and in the crosshairs when you do that, you know, because you're out of alignment with the integrity of your values. You can't abandon your values, because it's those things, those values, those ideals that were passed down to you from your ancestors that do pave your way forward. And it's when you're true to that, when you live in integrity with that, that the road rises up to meet you and all is provided for. But a lot of you are sacrificing these ideals with this coming in reverse. You are biting the hand that feeds you. And that's why you're not finding this traction you want in your life. You're not getting this abundance. You're not finding this forward progression because you're invested in the wrong things, or you're moving forward in the wrong way. If there's a need for recalibration, there's a need to get a different view, there's a need to look at what truly would be evolution in your life. What is the path of growth in your life? This may mean that you have to shake up people's ideas about who you are. This may mean that you have to abandon something that you were invested in before. This could be a person, a place, a thing, a job, okay? It could be just a way you're presenting yourself, a way you're moving forward in the world. Like, it's time to drop this. And when you drop it, then the way opens, okay? Then the way opens for you, all right? And the way will be loyal to you. The way will provide. Then you open up the gateway to abundance. You get the key you need to the opportunities you need to move forward. But This is what's being asked to be looked at right now. They're in some way, shape, or form. On an individual level, we all have this work, okay? This is a collective energy coming in with Pluto direct in Capricorn. On some level, you're needing to restructure things. On some level, you've grown apathetic. On some level, you're just expecting a handout. On some level, you've gotten lazy. On some level, you need to get to work. On some level, you need to stop making excuses. You need to stop complaining, passing the buck, blaming other people. I don't care what so-and-so did to you. Who doesn't have a story like this? Who hasn't been bent over and screwed over, you know, senseless over the past few years? Show me one person. Show me one person who doesn't have some kind of trauma. You can't. You cannot. Nobody can. Get over it. All right? I'm not saying that your trauma doesn't have merit. I'm not saying that it doesn't have merit. You know, if somebody did you wrong, well, then it's up to you. Like, exercise that Saturnian energy, that Pluto and Saturn energy. Be real. Okay? Draw your boundary lines. Cut the person off for a while if you need to. It's okay. You can do that. So you can focus on doing what you need to do to take care of yourself. To do what you need to do to heal and still move forward, not get stuck, not let these people make you a victim, not let your circumstances make you a victim. You're not a victim. No matter what you've been through, you are not a victim. And if you're looking for somebody that'll like put a stamp of endorsement on victimization for you, I ain't it. I'm not. I'm not the place for that. I'm here to remind you of who you are. I'm here to remind you that you are empowered. You just need to remember it. That's all. You need to remember it. You have the strength to transform your life. You are the key. You are the key. Nothing else, nothing outside of you. You are the key. But you got to stop diverting your attention to things that don't matter. And I'm not saying ignore what you feel. I'm not saying don't allow yourself to process it, okay? But there's a time and a place for it, okay? So you don't let it take over your freaking life. Give yourself space, you know? Maybe even every day if you need to, where you can let yourself cry about things, where you can let yourself hurt about things, where you can let yourself have your emotions, all right? Where you can let yourself work through your issues. But then you also have to have the moment where you splash some cold water on your face, you put your boots on, and you say, all right, and now it's time for me to get to work because I can't let this hold me back. And let me tell you, as you start to move forward in your life, as you start to grow, as you start to evolve, as you say, no, I'm choosing the path of heart. I'm not going to be held back anymore. I'm choosing growth. I'm going to step into the light. I'm going to use my voice. I'm going to be the change I want to see in the world. As you start to do this, you will have disruption. You will have people that will hold you back. You will have people that will talk trash about you. You will have people that will try to keep you small. You will anticipate it. Don't ask me why it has to be that way. I don't know. It reminds me of that line in Kate Bush's song, Running Up That Hill. Is there so much hate for the ones who love? Apparently so. And that's the problem. That's what's wrong with this world. People don't like to see what loves. They don't like to see what cares because it reflects back to them the ways that they've let themselves stop caring. The ways that they've let themselves grow apathetic. The ways that they've given up. The ways that they've been overpowered by all the crappy things that happen to them, and they've used it as an excuse to just settle into laziness and apathy and playing the blame game. They don't like it. They don't like it. They also don't like what it shines the light on for them. Because let me tell you, love is not passive. It is not. Love is not a noun. Love is a verb. It's an action. Love will always do the work. Love shows up. Love does the work. Love tills the land. Love plants the seeds. Love waters things, and love makes things grow. Love does the work. It is not passive. It's easier to hate. Anybody can do that. Anybody can be a bully. Anybody can gossip. Anybody can talk trash about somebody. Anybody can be competitive. Anybody can try to drag someone down. Anybody can gang up with people against somebody. Anybody can do that. Anybody can. It doesn't take any strength. It doesn't take any character. It doesn't take any conviction. It's like the laziest, lamest, weakest, most boring, unproductive energy on the face of the earth. There's nothing badass. There's nothing to celebrate. There's nothing strong. And there's nothing enamoring from people who choose to operate like this. There just isn't. And this energy has no power. And entirely too much time, energy, directive is spent focused on these energies, on the darkness, the powers that be. It has no power. That's why it's trying so hard, clamoring for freaking relevance, because it has no power. Because once you allow that lamp of love to be lit inside of you, when you feel actually engaged with your life, when you feel alive and connected with your life, and you're willing to stand for something, and you believe in something, you have conviction, and you pour your life energy into it, and your work becomes a joy and a passion because you believe in it. You feel it in your bones. It like rings through your soul. That hits different. It hits different. And you don't even care about this crap. And so people may think you're cold, or they may think you're cruel because you're like, oh, cut off. I don't have time for this. I got to prune this. You got to prune. You got to prune to make the flowers grow. You can't get the sweetness of the rose without grasping the thorns. And sometimes that means you got to prune things. If you don't prune, you don't get the blooms. Nothing grows. So they may see it as cold, but you may need to draw some lines in the sand to say, look, I respect you got your own choices in life, or you see my life in a certain way, or you think I should be doing something else, but this is my life ultimately. And if you can't respect that it's my life and my choices, and if you don't want to be a supportive influence, well then I love you. I wish you well. I wish you growth. I wish you happiness. I wish you fulfillment on your way. It's not about being resentful. It's not about grudge energy, but it is about saying, I need to put a boundary line here because I can't have this, diverting my attention right now. You may have some people that misunderstand your actions. You got to be prepared for this, but it's because it's a clash between the old and the new. Do you see? This is what's happening here. And it may seem like it's nothing, but it's something. There's a lot going on here. There's a lot going on here. This is very interesting. Turtle medicine. A lot of people, when they think of turtle medicine, they think of the story of the tortoise and the hare. And sure, this is coming into play. It may look like you're moving ahead if you move forward really fast. Some of you may be very frustrated. You may see other people kind of like playing the game or doing things in traditional ways that are really allowing them to have certain advantages, particularly in the area of just like stepping up financially, or stepping up in the business world, or getting certain accolades or recognition, or maybe even within the social circle, social ranking. You may see this. You may see that there's people that are kind of putting on airs, or they're going about things in formulaic ways and they're getting ahead. Maybe you're doing something a little different. Maybe you're doing something unconventional. Maybe you're feeling called to move forward in a different way. And maybe you're also finding that it's slower, right? It's slower with the tortoise energy. But we have to remember that sometimes when people get, success too fast, or when something's just handed to them, it always comes with strings attached. There's not real freedom there. And what may be lacking is the freedom of creative expression, because when we look at tortoise energy, we really are looking at the totem medicine of turtle is all about Mother Earth. Mother Earth. It's about the creative force. It's also about being mindful of the ground you stand upon, being mindful of what supports you. And when we look at material prosperity, Mother Earth comes into play. I mean, this is on a very roots level, on an ancestral level. The earth is what provides the food, right? So if we're not mindful of the way we're treading upon the earth and our choices and the way we move forward, naturally we're going to be moving out of harmony with nature. We move out of harmony with nature, we block our own flow of abundance. So there may be time now, especially as Earth is uprising right now too. We've seen that, right? The whales, you know, the orcas taking down the yachts, and just everything that we're seeing. There's so much happening within nature right now, within the natural world, that is highlighting this, even this uprising from the natural world, from nature herself, right? There's that feminine principle that's needing a little more care, a little more attention. You know, there's something about this is coming forward to balance this out. It's also the balance between progress technologically and progress, the way it impacts the ecology, all right? There's a balancing of energies that needs to happen here too, all right? And there's some kind of wisdom around this that wants to be activated, that wants to be awakened. There's also some kind of wisdom that wants to awaken and that's actively building right now. This is a movement that's happening online right now. Yeah, we got the algorithm in place. It's true, okay? But we've been working on Broad Coven, and we're not the only ones, okay? Broad Coven is not the only ones. There's lots of different people out there that are choosing to use the realm of social media, the World Wide Web, to awaken, to inspire, to bring forth creative energy or new ways of looking at things. And the more of us that bring our voices forward and contribute to this effort, this is why, like, I really encourage people here, like, get yourself, you know, a YouTube. I mean, automatically, if you're a subscriber, you got a YouTube account. Why don't you use it? You know, use your community board as you would a social media board. You can do that. All you have to do is you got to now enable the advanced features on your account. That's all. And then you can get a community board. You can start using that like social media. And then your friends can come and subscribe to your channel. And then as you start to get the courage to share your voice, maybe by putting up a video or two, putting up a vlog or two, you know, then you're starting to build community that way. You know, I really want people to do that. Here, I'm encouraged. That's what I'm doing on Broad Coven. I really want you to, like, fall in love with your voice, bring your voice forward, okay? You know, this is awakening. There's something new. There's a new movement happening within the online community. People are waking up to the realization that, wow, this actually does have a lot of power. You know, it's a powerful medium for moving forward. If we use it consciously and we stop, like, diverting our energy to silly stuff that doesn't matter, like just video after video, short after short, you know, of, like, you know, shaking our booty at the camera. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, that's fun and all, but we're saturated with that. And that at some point it becomes a dumbing down of the collective on the real, you know. But if you can start putting something genuine out there, something that really contributes something to society out there, there can be a real turning of the tide. And it's a big part of moving forward, this communications, because when we're looking at Aquarius, which eventually, this forward motion of Pluto, it will go into Aquarius at the start of 2024. And this would really get things cooking with moving into that dawning of the age of Aquarius. We're looking at using the vehicle. It is a vehicle. It's a virtual vehicle that can move us forward, the World Wide Web, in a new way, in more conscious way. Stop feeding the algorithm. You want to get beyond the algorithm? If you want to get beyond the algorithm, the key is that more of us need to start disrupting the algorithm, because if we do that, we can hack it. And how do you hack it? You don't need to get into any kind of online warfare. All you need to do is start raising the consciousness level of what you're putting out there. It makes a difference. This is something. It's not nothing. You may think this online platform, any online platform you have, you may just take it for granted. Like, it's just for fun, you know, it's just a way for me to touch base with my friends and family, put up some memes, whatever. No, this is powerful. This is a powerful medium. Do you understand? It's the wave of the future. You need to look at it in a new way, all right? That's what's really being asked. It's a way forward that up to this point, collectively, we've really, like, negated its value. And that's because of the current algorithm in play. Okay, so start thinking of these concepts. This is the energy that is really wanting to come in. And this is what's wanting to be awakened. You know, there's that whale medicine, that whale rib, you know, waking up the Akashic records, you know, the memory of what it's really all about and what we're really here to do. Okay, this is coming in very strongly. All right, I'm going to get into doing the individual signs. This is not going to be really in depth, okay? I'm not going to go a long, long time with this. I'm going to try not to, like, you know, shoot myself in the foot by making predictions about how long it's going to take, because I find that every time I say that, I end up going forever, all right? I will put up timestamps, but you'll have to understand that it's a lot to go back and listen to everything. So it takes me time to get the timestamps up. You all can help me with that in the comments as you watch this, especially those of you who catch the replay. Like, all you have to do is put the time in the comments, you know, and say what it's associated with, and then I can organize all of it. Anybody who wants to help out in that way, it can really be a benefit, because it takes a lot of time to get the timestamps all compiled. So, for sake of keeping it easy, I go forward from the birth sign, but I feel like with Aries being in the North Node, and that's what we're meant to do right now, we're really meant to activate our North Node. We're meant to step into our North Node, our destiny. I'm going to go ahead and start this one out the traditional way. We're going to start out with Aries, the initiator, okay? This energy front and center. And what we're looking at is how is this energy coming in, which is a long-term influence. It's going to carry us through the remainder of this year, okay? So it's the foundational energy that needs to be built right now, Aries collective. This is for any strong placement in Aries. Sun, Moon, Rising, Venus, North Node, Mercury, Mars, Saturn, Pluto. Even if you have a loaded first house, which is the house of Aries, the house of the self. I would even say Chiron coming into play with this, because there's a lot of healing work going on right now, okay? Any significant Aries placement, as well as, you know, look at your chart, what you got going on in the first house. For those of you who really look at astrology in a more comprehensive way, and you really dive into your chart and use it as a roadmap, which I highly recommend. I think it's very beneficial at this juncture. It can also help you greatly understand the people you're dealing with in your life. It can be very beneficial. And we're all in this energy right now, because Aries is holding over the North Node, so it has value, and Libra's in the South Node, so that has value too, okay? These energies are very much in play at this time, so collectively they're important energies. Aries, you're seeing this need to really transform, look at things in a new revolutionary way, find a new way forward in the area of your professional life and career, okay? So the way that you earn money needs to change. Now, you might be in a position, Aries, where you find yourself working within a really traditional framework or structure currently. Maybe your professional life has been like that. Maybe you work within the system, you know, maybe you work within something like the area of finance, or you work for a corporation, or you're in the healthcare industry and you work for a hospital or some type of governmental agency. Maybe your work has always been very structured in this way. And maybe it doesn't really speak to the more creative aspect or the revolutionary aspect of your spirit, you know. Maybe you have different ideas for how you would like to move forward in your career, but maybe you've just been afraid to challenge tradition. Maybe your family has always had a certain view of what constituted a legitimate profession. Maybe they had very set ideas about how you were supposed to move forward in life. Could also be that you were just kind of like born into the family business, and so you've upheld these ideals. Or maybe you're really responsible for caring for a lot of people. You're the main breadwinner, or there could be anything along these lines that has caused you to sort of take a more traditional role. that you're starting to find stifling. There's something that feels very stifling for you within your career. Some of you feel very frustrated by capitalism in general. You feel like it's very difficult for you to move forward within the framework of what you want to do. Like if you could really do what you wanted to do to move forward, you feel like it wouldn't have support within the current framework of what's in place, just in the way that society is established. Some of you are artists. Some of you want to get in more like metaphysical careers. Some of you are more holistic practitioners when we're looking at like medical care, or you're wanting to go your own route. You're wanting to be an entrepreneur. You have your own ideas. Maybe for some reason, this bucks tradition, maybe it makes you feel like you shouldn't head in this direction for one reason or another. And so you're bumping up against a lot of sort of like your foundational, like familial ideas I got about what constitutes being a success, the route to go about doing that. And so this is really asking you to shake things up right now. I feel this is happening on a collective level too, just because we do have Aries in the North Node. Yeah, look, 6 of spades, bottom of the deck energy here. This is what's coming to light for you. You're meant to move away from this, okay? Because it's not going to feed your soul. You may have even felt like your finances have been a little hampered in this regard. Well, this is why, because you're investing in a direction that's not really in resonance with who you are. So let's see, where are you being asked to reform? What are you being asked to revolutionize in the area of your professional life and your career right now, Aries Collective? What is this Pluto and Capricorn energy asking you to revolutionize in the area of your professional life and career? We know you're supposed to move away from this energy, and you're meant to not carry any like BS forward with you as far as like what your other family members' ideas are about your new direction forward, or anything that, you know, will try to like dampen your enthusiasm for what you got your heart set on, what inspires you. You know, you're really meant to kind of like thumb your nose at these ideals and follow your own heart and soul's directive. This is where your abundance lies. This is where your fulfillment lies, all right? You got a couple shadow influences coming out here and then a covering light influence. So let's look at this. Yeah, look at this. You are feeling very blocked in the area of your profession, also just monetarily. You feel like a slave to this thing. You feel like the structures that are in place and the way that you're working right now, it doesn't really fulfill you. This is really feeling like, you know, overpowered by the system, you know, just feeling like you have to work and work and work and grind it out. And there's not a lot of reward in it. In fact, it makes you feel terribly blocked. To the 2 of spades, some of you are taking responsibility for something out of a sense of duty, out of a sense of tradition. And this is really holding you back, and it's blocking your forward motion. And it's time for you to bring in some innovation in this area, and also consider, what are your values? You know, I feel like this is very much in place for you, Aries. You're being asked to really question what you value in terms of your professional life and your career. What really does have meaning for you? Is it all about money? Maybe it's been about this in the past. Maybe it's just been about what's going to give me the most money. And maybe that's why you're finding so much blockage and it's not really fulfilling for you. And it's time to like switch it up. You need to move away from this ideal. This is like when capitalism goes wrong. Like this is like capitalistic hangover. Like I feel like you got this energy. It's like more money, more problems. It's like, yeah, I got the job. It's secure. You know, it pays the bills, but I hate what I'm doing. And every day I get up and I go to work and I feel like it robs me a little bit more of my soul. Well, what price is that to pay? Is that really being wealthy? Maybe this is also about reframing that. What does it mean to earn a good, honest living? You know what I'm saying? If you're devoted just to the pursuit of money, but your life is just feeling empty, is that really a quality of life? And then are you really working for a living, or are you living to work? There's something here that needs to be balanced out. It's not meant to be so hard, okay? And here's what really needs, it almost slipped out of my hands. Okay. So I feel like this is what you're missing, like your own passion, your own enthusiasm, you striking out on your own, like you're a natural innovator. This is your energy, Queen of Clubs energy. You're meant to move forward in a very independent, way. A lot of you are born entrepreneurs. You got some idea, you got some inspiration. It might be something creative. It's something that's got you jazzed. Like you're like, man, I would just really love to do this. But you keep giving yourself all these reasons why you can't, or why this thing needs to be put on the back burner because you have some devotion, some, false sense of identification with some financial structure, way of moving forward in your career, your professional life right now that's more focused just on the money, that's just robbing you of all your joy, this is what you're feeling like bound to. And it's the very thing that's blocking you from feeling fulfillment and having true abundance and true quality of life. You're being asked to move away from this and to take the risk, to start pouring some energy into actually what lights you up, what inspires you. You do this, and then you're going to find that your finances free up. You're going to feel more inspired, and it's going to spark a whole new direction for you. It is time for you to think about what's really going to fulfill you. Instead of just upholding these ideals or making your family happy, there's something that you need to shake up here. You're meant to really bring your fire forward right now. And I feel like with the feminine aspect coming up, it's speaking to men too. This is about really coming more into that creative energy. That is the feminine aspect. You're being asked to bring more creativity into your career. Stop doing things just because, well, this is what's going to earn me the money. So what? What excites you? Maybe, yeah, you got a lot of money, but now you hate what you do. Like, well, that's great. That's not really success, now is it? So it's time to restructure this. And maybe it does cause disruption at first, maybe you feel like it affects your coin a little bit at first when you head in a more creative direction. But what you find is over time, oh, but wait a minute, there's different ways forward to capitalize off of this that I haven't thought of before. But you can't have that revealed to you until you first take the risk and enter more into that creative brain space, okay? Then you realize, oh, wait, I got other options. And if you want to see what that looks like, just keep paying attention here on broadcasting because you'll see. I'm going to show you. All right? Sometimes it's not about like having all the markers that they say you need to have to be successful. Like, oh, I need so many, subscribers. I need so many. I mean, I want that for sure. I want that for sure because it's what's going to get the message out to more people. It's what's going to support more people waking up, more people being conscious. That's where my attention is driven in that regard. But I know that I can be successful without subscribers as well. Not with the message getting out, but in my coin, in my business, yeah. Absolutely. I'll show you. And I'll also show you a template for how other people can benefit too. And everybody wins and everybody eats. That's what I'm going to show people here, okay? I'm here to show people there's a new way to move forward where everybody wins. It's not about competitiveness. It's about cooperation. It's about collective mindset. Everybody wins. Everybody wins. Everybody elevates. That's what it's about, okay? But before you can even enter that mindset, you got to elevate first, man. You got to elevate first, okay? Which means you got to invest in yourself. You got to understand that that thing inside of you that stirs you, that like makes you feel alive again, your fuck yes, like, oh, if I could just do this for a living, like that is exactly the thing that's coming to wake you up. It is your way forward, okay? So you know what this is, and if you don't, I encourage you to start creating some brainstorming space. Just free up a little time every day to really tap into what does excite you, what interests you. Now, if you could make a living doing that, what would that look like, all right? You're being asked to bring a little of this energy in, cut of the deck energy. Yeah, look. Right now, this is in the shadow. You are not moving forward in the right way. You're not wielding your fire wisely. You're working too hard. You're burnt out. You're burning the candle at both ends. you're not satisfied, you feel like your inspiration, your creativity has been snuffed out, this will ultimately is not going to work out for you. Because what's going to happen is you're going to get sick, you're going to get tired, you're going to get run down, and then you're going to have no energy to move forward in any progressive way in your life, right? Other side of the split, look, you're being asked to restructure the way you work. Look at it in a new way. 8 of Diamonds. It promises success, okay? It promises success. But with the way you're moving forward right now, it's only going to leave you depleted, okay? So that's what you're being asked to shift, Aries, all right? Now we're going to move forward to Taurus. Taurus, you're being asked to shift and have a revolution in the area of your beliefs and your prejudices. So this is all about changing your mind about something. Ugh, and just as I'm doing this, this is like really caught up here, this 3 of Wands that is really worse for the wearer. It's a 3 of Wands type of energy, only it carries a little bit more weight because we're dealing with playing cards here. So it's clubs. So it's kind of like, boom, it like really hits you over the head like caveman style. You know, this is like, there's some area where you are being really super stubborn with the way you think things need to come in and the way things need to move forward. That's absolutely working against you, right? And if you want things to start to really move forward in your life in a productive way, Taurus, you need to get a different view of situations. You do not have a clear, accurate picture of the current situation. This is clear with the need for you to really question your beliefs and your prejudices. You may also be dealing with certain people in your life, Taurus, that you are just like viewing in a myopic way. You had an experience with them one time, and because of this, you've totally got your judgment clouded. You can only see this person this way. You're not allowing room for growth. You're not allowing room for evolution. And because of this, you're slapping the past on the framework of the present, and it's fucking you up. That's what I got, okay? It's actually acting as a blockage for you. And until you can get a different view and realize like, well, maybe I don't have the whole picture. Or maybe I've only been looking at this situation through my own lens, my own experience. I'm not really understanding how other people are feeling in this situation. You might be thinking too much about just what your beliefs are and how you feel about things and what works for you and what doesn't work for you and why you're upset. And you're not considering how other people in your situation are feeling. And this is exactly what is causing gridlock and things moving forward the way you would like them to be. Well, here's the thing, like things don't move forward in a cooperative way unless everybody's needs are met, unless everybody feels like they are being heard, and unless everybody is being considered that is playing a part in whatever new beginning it is you're wanting in your life. And certainly maybe you have thought too much about individual needs, you know, and you're not thinking about the greater needs. Now, on a personal level, this could be individual needs, you know, versus needs of your family, versus needs of your social circle, versus needs of your community. And certainly we're looking at a global level, like you're maybe not looking at the weight you're putting on your side of things like, well, my needs matter more than what the collective needs are, okay? So there's something that needs to shift here. There's some set way you have of viewing things that's become a bit of a prejudice for you. And when we're looking at prejudice, we're looking at knee-jerk reactions. We're looking at patternized behavior. We're also looking at allowing our experiences in the past to totally cut off any opportunity for the acknowledgement of growth, that maybe something has changed. It's not the way it once was. It's also like not allowing people to really bring forward their piece and to be understood. So there's something that needs to transform here. Yeah, look at this. We got King of Spades energy in the shadow. This could be with a masculine energy you're dealing with. It could be with an ex as well. It could be somebody who has strong air in their chart, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. This can also be maybe you're really just cutting something off very coldly. very plainly. Maybe you're being very biting with your words. You're not considering the weight of your communications, the way that you're using your voice and the way that affects things, okay? It also feels like maybe you feel very strongly about your position and this is what you're communicating, and maybe you have a combative style of communication that needs to be addressed. This is being asked to be looked at in a new way. When I also think of that King of Spades energy, I think of Aquarius, okay? And we are working with this Aquarian energy ultimately because that's what we're setting the groundwork for. We're setting the groundwork for moving into that dawning of the age of Aquarius. And in order for us to do that, we first have to work with this Capricorn energy. So this can be the World Wide Web. Like, how are you using your voice on the World Wide Web? Are you using it in a positive way that's constructive, that's contributing something? Or are you engaged and caught up in like flame wars, you know, a war of words? Or are you getting into like fights online? Are you stirring up drama online? Are you posting passive aggressive stuff online? You know, all of this could be coming into play. This could also be like just using the medium of the World Wide Web in a way that's not very constructive. It's not productive. For those of you who have online business, you might want to think something a bit about like your presentation. You know, there's something that needs to be tweaked about your presentation. A lot of you are dealing with struggles, challenges within your social circle, within your community. You might also be dealing with struggles online. And I believe it has something to do with communication that needs to be looked at, right? And also the way you communicate your thoughts, your feelings about things, your perspective. There's something that needs to shift here. The approach is too cold. It's too harsh. It's too cut off. Yeah. There's too much of a biting, aggressive edge to it that needs to be tempered a little bit. Let's see, what is needing transformation in the area of beliefs and prejudices for Taurus Collective with this cycle that will be with us through the remainder of this year, okay? All right, there it is. Here's your way forward. Yes. Okay, so we have 3 of clubs. We see it's in reverse. This is in the light, so I'm giving you a clue right now. The way you're communicating, the way you're presenting yourself on the World Wide Web, and the way you are communicating with others that you're trying to work out issues with, there's something here you need to address. It has something to do with your delivery. It has something to do with the way you're conveying your thoughts, and a stubborn sort of position where you are only seeing things your way. You need to invite more space in for a new understanding, because until you do, this is what's holding up your way forward. The things that you want to see come in, the opportunities you want to come your way, they're being blocked, okay? It's in the light. This can be turned around. I'm giving you the clue right now. And here's the other light influence. Yeah, look. 7 of clubs. You're coming off too defensive, too invested in what you want, and not taking in consideration for what other people are feeling, how they see a situation, what their experience has been. If you're working in a team dynamic, if you're like working on a creative project or a business project, and you feel like it's been stalled out, this is because you're not taking in other people's viewpoints. It's too stuck. It's too gridlocked, okay? So there's something here that you really need to shift in your communication style, and also developing a new understanding. And I think the best way to really arrive at this is maybe temper, bite your tongue. If you feel like kind of like just firing off an email, don't be so impulsive, okay? Just like kind of like sit with things a little bit. Think about, how can I present this in such a way, or how can I speak my truth, or bring forward what I want to bring forward in such a way where people would actually be receptive to hearing me out. And then maybe you can finally start to have some inroads, you know what I'm saying, where then people can enter into communication with you, and you can find a way through, and you can move out of this gridlock, all right? So in terms of doing business online, I feel like there's something in your message that needs to be tweaked. This could be the name of your business. It could be the way you're advertising. It could be some kind of presentation. It could even be your bio, All right. And if you're going out looking for a job, it could be something in your resume or the way you're conducting yourself in interviews that is presenting forward motion. All right. So there's something that needs to be looked at here in terms of delivery in communication. Okay. Let's do a cut of the deck energy here. See what else comes forward. Shadow aspect here. Yeah. 9 of spades. And it's also in reverse. So this is a lot of worry. This may be a lot of worry you're having right now about things that you communicated in the past, certain things you said coming back around the bend to bite you in the ass, this kind of energy. You might be dealing with stuff that, you know, you thought you would never have to deal with or answer for. It's coming back around the bend. Be careful as you deal with these issues that you really hear people out and that you try not to move into too defensive of a posture, because this can really set you back. There's something here that you need to hear with the 9 of spades coming up in the shadow. Like, there's a lot to unravel here, okay? You may be having anxiety about some of these communications. You may be worried about this. You may be worried about things that you said before, who you said them to, now that things are kind of coming home to roost. But it's very necessary that you have the courage to face this stuff, because it's in facing it and learning how to come to a place of understanding, maybe come to understand things from another person's perspective, get a different point of view, that you actually find a way through and you find a way to turn things around. So if you're in negotiations with somebody, in a healing process with somebody, trying to get something to move forward and it's just gridlocked, this is why, okay? This is why it's all in the area of communication. And again, it's so in the area of communication. In some way, you're being too spontaneous, too impulsive, too knee-jerk, too reactionary in your communication. And it's because you are not able to get a different view of a situation. You have a prejudiced view. You do. You have a very skewed view, and it's only looking at things from your perspective. There's something that you're being asked to revolutionize in the area of your prejudices and your beliefs with this cycle. And this is in play for you through the remainder of this year. Okay? And until you learn how to temper this a bit and not be so quick to like fire off that text or bite somebody's head off or insult somebody or use your words in a barbed way, you're going to find that opportunities are not going to be coming in for you. They want to, okay? There are opportunities. Look how warm these opportunities are. This is why they're not coming in, because you're not thinking about other people involved in the situation. You're only considering your position and how you see things. It's causing a lot of worry. It's causing a lot of stress. It's causing sleepless nights. This is not good. And it's because you're too defensive. You're too defensive. And so everything you want to come in won't come in because you're not considering what other people are feeling and what's going on with them. And you can solve it. You can. You're empowered to solve it. That's what Pluto forward in Capricorn is here to do, is saying, hey, this is what needs work towards. If you do this, you're going to be able to turn things around. And finally, you'll get some cooperation. But there's something here that you're being too stubborn about. And you need to take the bull by the horns. You know, you need to shake up your perspective a little bit. You shake up your perspective a little bit, you're going to find a new way forward, right? And it might be different than you expect. It might be even in a different direction than you were thinking, okay? This might be part of the problem. You might be causing yourself a lot of worry because you got like, look, some of you are holding on to something with the Ace of Spades in reverse that is over. It's done. It's dead. And because you won't let it go, because you have a prejudiced view, you're like, no, this is for me. This is for me. And it's not. This cycle is over. And because you won't let it go and you're flogging a dead horse, you're creating all this anxiety, all this stress, all this BS in your life. And it's blocking the real opportunities that are meant for you from coming in. And meanwhile, you're like I just heard War of the Roses. It's got this vibes. It could be with an X. where you're just like butting heads with this ex and you're just embroiled in a battle of words. It's a bunch of nonsense. It's over. It's been over. And it's like, as soon as you get a different view in this situation, whoever you're dealing with, X does factor strongly. X could just be like X anybody, X friend, X boss, X family member that you used to be close to, on the same board with. Okay, pick what side you're on, right? But there's a different perspective needed here. You get this different perspective, finally, the real opportunities that do lead you into this like really happy, successful, fulfilling time in your life, they open up for you, but it's up to you, right? You got to change your view, Taurus. Gemini. Oh, Gemini, you're being asked to get a different view in terms of your relationship with guilt, anger, and intimacy. Okay, so pretty loaded for Gemini. There's something here that you need to shake up. So in terms of guilt, maybe you're feeling unnecessary guilt. Maybe you have patterns of codependency. Maybe you take on too much responsibility emotionally in situations, and you feel guilty for things that are really nothing for you to feel guilty about. Maybe you're starting to carve out time, space, energy for yourself to pursue things that are important to you, or maybe for the first time in your life, some of you may be considering what your needs are, what works for you. Maybe you feel guilty about this as you're encountering this and you're making these changes in your life. There's something in here you need to get a new view about. Also in the area of anger, okay? Maybe you feel really angry about something. Maybe you feel angry because you feel like this is just coming in. You feel like other people are holding you back. Maybe you've been depressed about this. Often, you know, depression is anger turned inward. Maybe what you really need to realize, though, is that you're feeling guilty and you're feeling resentful. And it's coming through as anger and this like feeling of other people holding you back, because you're making yourself overly responsible for stuff that's not your responsibility. And you're actually not trapped, and you're actually not bound to anything at all. It's up to you to make choices that are in alignment with what's right for you. And does that mean that sometimes you have to make tough calls? Absolutely. You know, that's not easy. This could in particular be coming up for you in the area of intimacy. Okay, so maybe in terms of intimacy, this doesn't just have to be romantically, but romance is being highlighted. So maybe in some ways you feel like your intimacy has been violated. Maybe you feel like you have a partner who kind of puts your business out on Front Street, or maybe you feel like there's been third-party interference in your relationship, or something's happened in your relationship where maybe stuff was splashed around online that's been very uncomfortable for you. In some way you feel like a violation of intimacy here. Maybe you also don't feel safe. Maybe you have a hard time trusting, you know. Maybe you even feel guilty about this. Maybe you have some anger about this, you know. You feel guilty that you sort of dragged some old baggage into your current connections, you know. You're angry that you had like these rotten experiences with these exes, or this rough upbringing in your childhood that had this trauma kind of like running the narrative in your life and affecting your relationships. Some of you, and I'm very sorry for those who have experienced it, and you're not alone, you know, you're not alone. Some of you, you know, you were abused. You were abused. You know, some of you have been abused on a sexual level, you know, and because of that, you know, it's really affected your ability to open up intimately to others and to trust others. It's a lot, man. It's a lot to overcome, but I feel like you're dealing with these themes in your life, and there's a lot of healing that's needing to happen around the areas of guilt, anger, and intimacy. There's a new view you need to get here, and I believe that you're being asked to like set yourself free from these self-imposed prisons. Like, you don't need to live from this space anymore. I do feel like you're dealing with challenges in the intimacy of your closest relationship. So with your romantic partner, for certainly, also within close friendships, maybe even within family. Maybe you feel like you shared things that you felt guilty about, or you felt some kind of shame about. Maybe you felt safe, like sharing your anger with somebody. You know, you thought this person could hold it in confidence. This person went around, they ran their mouth. You know, they shared your personal business. It made you feel really violated. You know, maybe you dealt with your partner cheating on you, or telling about your problems that you've been dealing in your relationship with the World Wide Web, like putting it as a status update on Facebook, you know. Or maybe you feel like there's been some funny business going on, like your partner's been sliding into somebody's DMs, or your friend's been sliding into your frickin', you know, your lover's DMs. You know, there's some kind of like violation here. And maybe you felt insecure about this. You felt insecure and yet you felt guilty. Like, well, is this just me acting out of my old trauma? Do I even have a right to be angry about this? Do I even have a right to bring it up? Maybe I'm overreacting. No, you know, I'm not getting that at all, Gemini. I feel like you know what you know when you know it. You know what I'm saying? Look, you got to start trusting yourself with the 8 of Spades here. This is a self-imposed prison. You're taking on way too much responsibility here. You're not trapped and you're not a victim. All right? It's time to like take off the blinders, you know, look at what's right in front of you. Stop being distracted. And when I say about looking at what's right in front of you, I want you to go and like look in a mirror. Like, you should practice this. This would be so powerful for you as a practice through the remainder of the year. Just every morning when you wake up, or every time you catch your reflection in a mirror, like look into your eyes and remind yourself who you are. Tell yourself, I am not a victim. I am not a victim. And I can trust my own judgment. I can trust my intuition. I can invest in what is my truth. I know what feels right to me, and I know what doesn't feel right. Because I feel like somebody did a number on you. And in some way, they put you up in your head and they've confused you. And it's really put you in a disempowering position. But all you need to do is just remind yourself that this is just mental games, right? It's just mental games. This person, you know, they put you in this position where you doubted your own impressions of a situation. It's very damaging, right? It's caused a lot of drama and conflict for you. 5 of Wands in reverse. This could be somebody who brought a lot of competitive energy around you, or in some way made you feel like you had to compete for their time, their energy, their attention. You know, somebody who made you an option, right? And you allowed yourself to stay in this place. Yeah, look, turned your love upside down. In the shadow, this is someone who really didn't appreciate your heart and what you had to offer, okay? It's been a great burden to you with the 10 of clubs. You've been in the dark. You haven't known where you stand. You feel like there's things that are hidden from you. You feel like where you used to really be on the same page and there was like this really good intimacy between the two of you. Something's come in between that. It's been violated, all right? This is coming to light for you. I think you're ready to lay down this burden. You're being asked to do that during this cycle because look at this. This is so done with the 10 of Spades in the shadow. This has taken so much out of you. This is like all the knives are in your back. How many more is it going to take? You know what the story is. Stop telling yourself you don't. You want to cut yourself free from this. You feel guilty. You're angry. You're resentful. And you know that it's not right for you. And at the same time, you feel guilty for knowing what you need to do, which is ending this and walking away. You feel guilty. Whether this is walking away from a family dynamic, a social dynamic, a lover, you know, in some way, your trust, your intimacy has been violated. And you've been staying because you feel like you have to. You know, you keep telling yourself you have to be loyal to this and you don't. And you're afraid to just really trust your own voice, but that's exactly what you're being asked to do, right? Because something else is meant to come into alignment for you with the theory of 11 here, all right? There's something better for you. And you know, this is like a little bit of divine play, okay? It comes through what looks like reversal. It looks like, wow, I really lost something here. Like I lost the plot. No, it's like, no, you're found, honey. You just needed to get a different view, all right? You needed to be hung upside down at the crossroads for a minute, like the hangman. So you could see the humor in your situation that actually you just dodged a bullet, man. All right? This is the reality of your situation. Any further guidance that wants to come in here for Gemini Collective? Yeah. Okay. It's time to drop this. Time to stop defending this post, all right? With the 9 of clubs, you're worse for the wear. You've been doing this a long time. It hasn't gotten better. It's not going to change. It is what it is, what it is, all right? And you know what you know when you know it, and you knew this a long time ago. This came to light for you a long time ago. You can wear yourself out here as long as you want, and you can play the martyr as long as you want, but this is one of those things where it's like, get off the cross, because you need that lumber to build a bridge to get over it so you can get to the other side, because there's something so beautiful that wants to come into alignment with you. But it can't happen as long as you're continuing to invest in this. There's nothing for you here, man. There isn't. Cut the deck of energy. Look at this. Look at this. Yes, look, you're being advised. Queen of Spades energy. This is your energy. You're being advised to cut this off. There's too much betrayal here. You can't turn it around. This has been illuminated for you. And what's on the other side of it? A reversal of this energy where you felt separation, where you felt heartache. This energy is going to reverse, and you're going to get to the other side, and you're going to come into alignment and union with what's meant for you. But it can't happen until you end this cycle with the 10 of Spades, okay? So you're being asked to end something. Oh my goodness. Blockage. You're being asked to end something that at one time you thought this was your end all be all. This was it. You thought this was alignment. It's not. It's in the shadow, okay? It's been marred. This is something that you invested a lot of time, energy with. It wasn't just you in this picture. You built this with somebody. This is either a family issue, or this is an issue with somebody that you're married to, a lover. This is something you built with another person. If this is in business, this is a business partner. This is something you built with others or another. It's been spoiled, man, and you're meant to go your own. Blocking energy. Did you just see that come through? Blocking energy comes in like that when truth is being spoken, and whatever forces are keeping you stuck in this disempowered position, they want you to stay in that position. This is the truth. What I'm telling you is true. You're meant to invest in your own direction. 2/22/22 on the clock. This is your building block for the future, and it's what brings you empowerment and brings you everything that's been missing up to this point. Or you can stay here. It's always a choice, you know. That's what free will is about. You can stay here. You're not going to be fulfilled. It's going to be the same old on repeat. Spin cycle, spin cycle. Ace of clubs in reverse. You're not even invested in this. You're not even passionate about this anymore. Maybe there is no passion here anymore. You know, it's up to you. Only you can decide the way that you want to move forward in this situation, okay? I advise you to strike out on your own and follow your soul's directive. You're going to be way more fulfilled by what comes into alignment for you. All right. Cancer. Cancer, you're being asked for your revolution to take place in your closest relationships. All right, so let's see what this looks like for Cancer Collective. What is Pluto directing Capricorn asking the Cancer Collective to do in terms of their closest relationships? How do they need to revolutionize their closest relationships? What needs to be switched up? What needs to be done differently? Where do they need a new view? What changes are coming in their closest relationships? What is Cancer collective needing to switch up, shift, and change in their closest relationships? What is the groundwork they need to do here for the remainder of the year? Well, you know, this is somebody who thinks only with their wand, okay? So you have to pick what side you're on. So Cancer, you could be dealing with a fire sign energy, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. You could be dealing with somebody who is more invested in just like having a good time, sexual hookup energy. Maybe you're wanting something real, you're wanting commitment, you know, you're wanting somebody who really sees your value, will do right by you, you know. Maybe you have kind of like an idealized vision of what you want your relationship to be. You're trying to make like a jack a king, you know, and it doesn't work like that. Like this person is ruled. Block it. Oh my goodness. Oh, somebody doesn't want you knowing this. If you think that this person is being faithful to you, they are not. Like this person gets around. They're known for this. They got a reputation. Their reputation precedes them. It is moving in the shadow. You know, this energy is moving in the shadow, and this energy will disappoint you. It's already disappointed you. You keep thinking it's going to be something different. It's not. It's not. It's not. This is a burdening energy to the 10 of clubs coming up in the shadow. There's no give and take. There's no cooperation here. Look at this. 6 of diamonds in the shadow. This energy is selfish. You may even not be satisfied in the bedroom with this person. It might just all be about what works for them, what feels good to them, what they like. They don't really care about what works for you. This isn't like a user energy. This is like a hit it and quit it kind of energy. And this is either like, this could be working out in a multitude of ways, okay? Because we're talking to a collective. So some of you in the Cancer collective, you're dealing with a person who's treating you like this, okay? And you're wanting them to be this like committed partner. You have an idealized view of them. You maybe even have put them up on a pedestal, but they're not capable of meeting you there. You actually should cut this energy off with the Queen of Spades coming up in the light, because this person has way too many options. I can't make it up. 7 of Hearts in the shadow. This person has multiple people involved. They will continue to have multiple people involved. They're playing the field. You may want it to be something else, but it is what it is, what it is. This person is using their wand in the shadow. They're about sexual gratification, and that's all it is for them. Okay? So you cannot make something be other than what it is. And this is like really asking you maybe to accept a tower and get an accurate view of who you've been connecting with romantically or who you're desiring romantically. You want them to be like your partner. I see this. You're like fire forward. Some of you may be cuspers. You may be Cancer, Leo cuspers, okay? You're wanting them to match you in your queen energy. I see you're in the feminines in their queen energy, all right? You're in the right place. Like, this is what you want. You want to be met on this level. This is what you got coming at you. It's just, it's not on your level. It's not on your level. It doesn't matter what you meet it with. You're not the problem in this situation. Well, I mean, you kind of are, because you're telling yourself that it's something other than what it is. And that's tripping you up. You got to take off the rose-colored glasses. You got to get an accurate, clear view of what's really going on here and the way forward. Because right now you're not seeing it. This is being illuminated for you. If you keep moving forward in this way, it leads to loss. It leads to disappointment. You're always like outside of the loop. You know, you're always just an option. You're never the one chosen. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. You know, it's that kind of energy, okay? You're meant to end this cycle. to the death. This is what's being illuminated for you. It's not the happiness you want it to be with the 10 hearts. It's not. It's disappointment. It's a Grimm's fairy tale. It's not a Disney fairy tale. All right. This is hard times and bitter tea. Right. For those of you who are in the opposite side of the energy, this could be that you have a history and relationship, okay, where you were always treated like an option. You don't know what it means to have somebody really commit to you. Maybe you've been cheated on a lot. You always had high hopes in the past for a real devoted union, or maybe you even were married before, but then something happened. Maybe your person cheated on you, or maybe you got tempted by somebody. It caused problems in your marriage. Now you've kind of like gone a little bit cold in the area of love and romance. And now you kind of have just become the very thing that you used to have such a, like, you know, such a grudge energy with, you know what I'm saying? It's sort of like, it reminds me of that Nietzsche quote of when you stare into the abyss too long, you have to be aware of the danger of becoming the abyss. You know, it's like that same kind of energy. Some of you might be in this place where, because you have been mistreated in love relationships, you're now in a place where like you kind of like treat things casually. And because of that, you're finding that your experiences, your relationships they're not rewarding. They're not as close as you would like them to be. You're not having that intimacy. And there's something about first beginning with the intimacy with yourself, which is about you really being able to look at the accurate picture of who you are, you know, what you're feeling, what you truly desire. This piece is super important. You know, you can't ignore this critical piece of the picture. And once you're clear on that, then you can start making some different choices in love. But it has to come from this place of, I know I'm worth that. You know, I'm worth being with somebody who really holds my feelings true and dear and will respect them and create safety around me, being in that vulnerable, open place with them. So first it begins with you extending that compassion to yourself, right? Instead of just sort of like numbing out what you're feeling and maybe distracting yourself. Okay, so I can see that there's a lot of blockage around this. I think there's also a lot of fear around communicating the depth of what you're feeling. Maybe you need to be honest with this person and say, hey, you know you got a lot of options, and I know that you're wanting to just like hook up sexually, but it doesn't work for me anymore. Or maybe it's you saying, you know what, I realize I don't want to move forward like this anymore. I don't want to just have superficial connections. Maybe I'm going to spend some time alone for a while and get clear on what I want. You know what I'm saying? Or for those of you who've had some kind of third-party element insert itself in your intimate relationship, this might be you saying, you know what? I need to put some boundary lines down with you because this is causing problems in my closest relationships. And now this isn't working anymore. This dynamic doesn't work. I need to put boundaries in place and things need to be resolved here. So I see that there's like multiple ways this could be working out for you and ways this needs to be restructured. Okay. Yep. This is really like you're not following your heart. It's coming up in the shadow, right? There's something you need to get a clearer view of here. You're still too hung up on the past, on somebody from the past, on a past disappointment. This could be a past love story. This could be an ex that you're still hung up on. You haven't really moved forward. You know, your heart is still bound up here in the past. And so it's like, as long as your heart is bound up in the past, you continue to project this on your present reality. And you probably are still keeping this person tethered to you. You might need to do some real life release work around this. And if you're having a hard time with that, you might need to get some support or some help navigating this, you know, maybe get some therapy or get some assistance, you know, in navigating this terrain. because something here is really preventing you from being able to have closeness in your relationships, healthy relationships. And if you're in a relationship or you're trying to work through like healing a marriage or something like that, or healing a relationship with somebody who's really close to you, and you're feeling like you're not being heard and your needs aren't being met in this situation, then more reason to get some kind of mediation involved. Because in some way, like the quality of space that's being held around this, it's not respectful enough. It's not a safe enough of a place, but there's also this need here to really, yeah, whoever you're dealing with, like this person is, they're not moving right. 7 of Spades in the shadow. First of all, this can be ways that you're really sabotaging yourself by not being willing to look at things as they are in a situation and your part in it. Because in order for there to be this kind of energetic agreement, entanglement, enmeshment, you have to agree to it on some level. There's some way that you're keeping this energy going, and you need to acknowledge that. And if you need help unraveling that, that's about getting some counseling or getting a mediator or getting some kind of outside support for this situation. But something here is really sabotaging you. I want to do a cut of the deck energy to wrap this up. You got a lot of shadow to navigate here. You keep thinking that something is your wish fulfillment, and you keep looking to the past, and it's not. This is blocking wish fulfillment. This is be careful what you wish for. You just might get it. This is karmic spin cycle, okay? And there's something you really need to cut the cord on here. 5 of Spades in the shadow. Betrayal. Betrayal, 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 betrayal. If you continue to be loyal to this, and if you continue to not acknowledge the ways that you're continuing to hold on to something and that you're not releasing it, this will keep you from finding fulfillment. You're meant to step into the light of this energy. You had this energy come up in the shadow. This is what you're being asked to transform. Okay? Do you see? It's a transmutation of the energy. This is what Pluto and Capricorn is asking you to do. You need to let this go. It's time to build a bridge between the past and where you're heading now. And it's time for you to recognize that you've been investing in people, places, and things that only leave you disappointed, that may even be abusive, okay? That are keeping you in the dark, that don't value you, that don't respect you, and that will never do right by you. This energy will disappoint you every time. This energy binds you to your shadow. It takes you to a very dark place in yourself. And you need to break out of this web of deceit that you've spun around this, or that you've allowed this person to spin around you. There could be manipulation here. There could be a narcissistic component here. There could be some kind of emotional abuse, mental manipulation here. This could be within anything. It doesn't have to be a romantic relationship. It could be within a friendship. It could be in a family dynamic, okay? But your heart's on the line here, and I know that. And you're dealing with somebody who's playing games. Like, they're not taking it seriously. It's very serious for you. And you're dealing with somebody being very immature and selfish. And they brought a lot of different people into the mix. Like, this is a messy situation. And it's about you really listening to your heart and reminding yourself of who you are and doing what you need to do to really acknowledge the truth of the part you're playing in it. Because you're playing a part. It wouldn't be here if you weren't playing a part. You would have already drawn a line under it. You would already be moving forward. You'd be experiencing expansion in your life. You wouldn't be stuck. You're stuck. This is stuck. Okay? So said with the utmost love, the sooner that you really acknowledge this and you stop sabotaging yourself, you stop giving this thing a lifeline by feeding it with your thoughts, your focus, your time, your attention, your stories about it, and you really shed this skin, then you get to move forward toward the path with heart. And that may look like, you know, you go alone for a little bit and it's hard, okay? But the energy turns around and you'll be glad that you did, all right? Because it leads you to where you really truly need to be, right? There's definitely something you can't see right now. It's hidden. And for me, this is about contracts, okay? So it may sound good, the words that are being said, or the agreements that are being made, or if you're dealing with anything legally, you know, or signing any kind of documents or any kind of contractual agreement, like, be aware somebody's manipulating something here and they're trying to get away with some funny business, and you would be wise to get a different view. Okay. Leo, you're being asked to address, with this Pluto and Capricorn energy, your hunger for attention. We know that Leo is ruled by the sun, okay? And Leo, you are meant to be one who holds the light in the world, right? But now may be a time when you're meant to take more of a supporting role in your life, and this might be a little challenging for you. You might be in a position in your life where you feel like, well, it's my time to shine, or, you know, maybe you've worked really hard for some kind of success you've wanted to see in your life, or you've really been trying to advance in a certain area of your life. You might be dealing with situations where you see other people are kind of moving ahead in areas where you think that you should be having the forward progression. And you're being asked to play more of the role of a cheerleader or a supporter, or even just to hold space for it, you know, just acknowledgement of somebody else's achievements or their forward progression. This might be something that's a little difficult for you, because you might feel like, well, I want that moment. I want to have my time in the sun. I want to have my moment of success, or I worked really hard for this too. Like, I should be having this recognition. I should be having this attention. And so you might be dealing with a little bit of FOMO right now. Like, that might be what's coming through for you. You might feel like your opportunity is passing you by. That's not the case at all. It's just, for one reason or another, your harvest is not here yet, you know, and it doesn't mean that it's going to elude you. It just means that it's not time for it just yet, you know. Maybe you think that your success or your shining moment is something other than what will truly give you satisfaction, what will truly give you fulfillment. You know, you might need to just give an opportunity for life to work its magic. You might realize that if you can kind of like step outside of your framework, your ideas around what change is supposed to look like, what success is supposed to look like for you, or what your reward is supposed to be for the work that you've done, that you actually will get a different view that revolutionizes things for you. And you understand that, wow, it's okay if another person shines. It's okay if another person has success in this area. It's okay if somebody else got that opportunity that I thought I should get. I'm just going to hold space for that and see what it's illuminating for me, that there's something that you need to get a little view on here. And maybe it's time for you to learn certain lessons about what it means to be a supporter, you know, to hold more of a supporting role where you're encouraging somebody in your life that's having a moment of success that they worked hard for. And it's not about you trying to one-up them or being in competition with them. You know, somebody else's success is not always something that should like spark you to, you know, try to best them. All right. There might be a need to kind of like overcome these tendencies. And instead, let this just be an inspiration of what's possible when you really commit to something that feels true to you. And if you feel like, well, I have invested in something, but I don't have that success, maybe it's a matter of your work ethic. Have you invested as much as you think you have? Have you done the work this person has? Have you? Are you sure about that? Are you as diligent as you think you are? Are you as focused as you think you are? You might be surprised. There's something here that is wanting to be illuminated for you with Pluto direct in Capricorn, okay? These messages aren't fun messages, right? This is Pluto in Capricorn energy. This is about where we're screwing up, where we got it wrong, and where we need to do the work. But this is the medicine that needs to come in right now, right? It's cleanup drill. We're going to move into the expansion of the dawning of the age of Aquarius. This is the work to be done. So this is your challenge, Leo, right now. You're being asked to be a supporter. It's not all about you right now. You know, other people, other important figures in your life are taking the lead right now, and you're meant to play a supporting role. And it might be a little hard for you because you want to be in the spotlight. You want it to be your moment, but your moment's not here yet. And there's something that you're not seeing about this situation that you need to recognize. Again, you might feel like you should be moving forward faster than you are with the Jack of Spades. You're not seeing things accurately. There's something you need to see more clearly here. You might have been rushing to get ahead. Maybe you've been a little bit competitive. Maybe you've been sort of like watching somebody else's trajectory, you know? You've been watching their rise and you've been kind of like measuring that against where you're at. Maybe this is the problem. Maybe you're not supposed to contrast and compare. And maybe you think that you're looking at somebody and you're like, oh, this person's just, everything's just handed to them. Why do they have this overnight success? There's no such thing. There is not. There's not. Once in a blue moon, you hear about somebody having overnight success. You know what that case is? That's a case somebody knows somebody in the industry. Somebody has like a shoe in, you know, they're born into it. They got a leg up, you know. That's not the story most of the time. That is so rare, you know. The reality is that people spend years and years and years and years of slogging it out, struggling, doing without, having hundreds and hundreds of doors slammed in their face. You know, they've had their work put down. They've had everything show up to disappoint them. They've lived real lean. They've lived on the top ramen, you know, barely making ends meet. They've worked themselves into the ground, even when they got no recognition, no reward for it. And then finally they make it. And everybody calls it a lucky break. And it's not a lucky break. That person worked their butt off for it. So there might be a little piece coming through here about work ethic, okay, that needs to be looked at in terms of this. And also you might be looking at things through a little bit of a faulty framework, that maybe it's actually through cooperative effort instead of just thinking about individual success, that, you know, you come into more of a place of advancement. Maybe that's been the problem. You've been just thinking about your upward trajectory and you haven't been considering the way that coming into harmony, coming into partnership, maybe doing like little collaborations or one-offs, or you know, doing some kind of like cooperative efforts to kind of shine a light on each other's achievements can actually really work to your benefit. You know, there's a lot that can be gained. And here's the thing, when somebody becomes successful, if they have somebody that's been a good supporter of them, they take care of that person. Like, don't think in such a limited way where you shoot yourself in the foot, you know, just because it's not your time yet. It's not that it's not your time at all. It's just, it's not right now. There's something to learn through this experience about letting others have the spotlight, okay? I think that's what you're being asked to do. I see the problem is that you feel like things are just moving so slow in your life. It's coming out as the Jack of Diamonds energy. You can also be dealing with air sign energies, earth sign energies, so Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, or Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn could be factoring in strongly for you. With this, it came out as a crossing influence for you, Leo. So I feel like you feel like you're just like, everything is just like taking so much effort and you feel like you're not getting anywhere. You feel like it's been really slow going, you know, where you thought you were going to see a lot of like financial advancement. You feel like you're just, nothing's happening. There's something here about work ethic, though, that really is coming in very, very strongly. Really strongly here. I feel like there's something about work ethic that you need to look at. And I think it has something to do with paying too much attention to like what's going on with other people, and it's distracting you. You're not able to really focus enough on the work before you, you know? Or you're just assuming that people have things easy when they actually don't. They're working their tail off. And maybe you're telling yourself that you're actually doing more than you really are to further your aims. And there's something here about not valuing networking, you know, where you actually can benefit more from moving in cooperation with other people than just trying to make it all about your individual success. There's something about collective success that's coming in very strongly for you. Let me look at what else we got going on here. Yeah, here's the thing. It's like, yes, this is what you need to turn around here with the Jack of Diamonds coming up in the light to clarify this, okay? So, yeah. You know, here's the thing with the Jack of Diamonds. He's got a diamond, all right? It can grow into something more, but only if he really commits to it. He has to do the work. He has to invest in it. It can't just be like, well, I got a great idea, and so it should just all come together easy for me, you know? And then you look at other people, you see their success, you think it came easy to them, and it didn't. They worked their butt off for it. And there's something about work ethic here. Like, if you want this and you want it to grow, you have to accept that growth is not going to happen overnight. Like, you have to be committed to it. You have to do the grind work, man. And maybe you don't want it to be a grind, but sometimes it is. And if you're doing anything where maybe you're trying to start your own business, like, I'll tell you what, like, when you're trying to start your own business, there'll be times when you're working 7 days a week. You are. And hopefully you're really passionate about what you're doing, because that's what's going to have you really commit to the process and see it through. Okay. It's coming forward very strongly. If you commit to it, if you do the work, if you get structured, if you really look at where the gaps are in how you're going about your goals, and if you get yourself really like dialed in, if you put yourself on a schedule and you get more organized, Leo, whatever you're trying to achieve success-wise, it's going to pan out for you. It's just not going to happen overnight, because it never happens overnight. But there will be growth, okay? And it'll be sustainable. And it'll give you the kind of security that you're looking for. But the problem is that you're wanting like this instant reward, wanting things to move fast. You're comparing where you're at to where other people are at, and you're assuming that they got some kind of advantage that they actually don't. These people worked really hard to get where they're at. And they did it without help, with the 6 of diamonds. Look, in the shadow. They didn't have any help. They didn't have any support. You know, they had to go through the same process you're embarking on right now, okay? So don't get it twisted. There's something you need to get a clear view of here, because as long as you continue to look at things this way, and you can contrast and compare, and you continue to be in more of a competitive mindset, you block your way forward. You don't get anywhere. Everybody at the top, everybody who's truly successful, they're collaborating with each other. They're not competing, okay? You'll see that. Like, people who really are successful people, they collaborate with others. They share the wealth, like they spread the opportunities around. So do be aware of the way you may be shooting yourself in the foot by putting yourself in this position of like being competitive with somebody, or begrudging them their success because you just think something's handed to them, when it's actually quite the opposite. And you don't know the way that this person is, they get to elevate. They might actually go, hey, guess what? Like, I got here, and now let me give you a leg up. I want to help you. All right. So there's something here about looking to gift horse in the mouth. You could be dealing with a Sagittarius. Maybe you're looking to gift horse in the mouth. You might want to get a different view of a situation. All right. This person may be helping you more than you realize, and you might be taking it for granted. Interesting to come in. There might be something that really comes through for you around this in Sagittarius season, you know, kicking off November 30th, going through to like close to that winter solstice time in December. All right. This might really get highlighted for you. You might, oh my gosh. Hold on, there's blockage here. Some of you are dealing with a Sagittarius for that to come in like that. You're seeing a Sagittarius advance, and you're envious, you're jealous, or you don't think this person deserves to advance or something. You're feeling begrudging about it. You feel like, why am I stuck back here? Why am I struggling? Why does this person get to have this level up in their life? They've earned it. It's their time. It's their time to shine. It's their moment. Your time will come, you know. Do the work. Your time will come. All right. It's not for everybody. That's coming through for somebody. Cut the deck energy. More shadow. 10 of Hearts. Yeah. Some of you, you know, you're bitter about somebody moving forward romantically. You know, you feel like this person's fulfillment's coming through, or that they're having some kind of fulfillment of some kind of dream, some kind of wish, or something like something's coming through for this person. You're envious about it. You think that you should be having this, but it's just not your time. Your time will come. It's just not here yet. 2 of Clubs. Your time will come. This is just not your time, right? This is time for you to play a supporting role and maybe get a different view by understanding what that's reflecting back to you, that you're begrudging somebody else having their moment to shine, or their moment of success, or their moment of fulfillment, or their dream coming true, or their arrival, okay? There's something you need to get a different view of here. And there's also this different perspective around work ethic that you need to realize, like, nothing is handed to anybody. Like, you can't have expectations. Like, you got to work for it, man. You work for it, whatever you invest in, whatever you fully commit to, and you put your elbow grease behind, and you stay dedicated to through the lean times, through the hard times, even when you don't feel like you got support, it will grow. It will grow for you, and you'll have your way forward. But as long as you continue to, like, begrudge somebody else's success, or look at what they got, you know, look at what somebody else's lawn looks like over there, think the grass is greener, whatever, it's going to hold you back. Okay, so this is the area that's asking for you to transform your hunger for attention, and instead play the role of a cheerleader for a change. You know, play the role of supporter, and watch what that teaches you. And maybe as you play that role, as you, like, support these people that are having their moment to shine, it actually allows you to get, you know, a leg up. Maybe you start to shine too. All right, maybe a little of that rubs off on you. Maybe it opens up some opportunities for you. So you might be like, there's this vibe, like, you don't realize you're sabotaging yourself by, like, being in this position of thinking like, well, this should be my opportunity, or it should be my moment. You know, you're actually, like, you're screwing yourself. I get, like, there's somebody in this scenario that actually could really give you a leg up if you just let them have their moment, you know, but they're not going to want to do that if you're begrudging them this moment of success, or this moment of happiness or fulfillment that they deserve, they earn. It's their moment. You know, what can you do? It's just the way it is. All right, Virgo. I need another sip. Virgo. You're supposed to really shake things up and get a different view of coping with disappointment, right? This is one of those messages where it's like, sometimes rejection is your protection, okay? Sometimes we get our hearts set on something that we think would really make us happy, or would give us fulfillment, or maybe at one time something did make us happy, it gave us fulfillment. But if it would have gone down the way you wanted it to, it actually wouldn't have been what you thought it would be, you know? There's something here that can be only learned with time, space, and distance, I got, okay? You might be having to, like, accept a bitter pill to swallow kind of thing, and it might be hard, all right? Maybe you invested in something, you gave it your all, it didn't turn out the way you thought it would. You might be trying to figure out how to navigate the disappointment you're feeling. You may be wondering if, you know, anything is going to come along that's going to sort of, like, sublimate this feeling that you have. It will, okay? That's just life. You may have gone through a really long cycle. That's what I'm kind of picking up. Like, it's been a long time, you know? You've been needing things to kind of turn around for a long time. It's been rough for you. But what goes down must come up eventually. It's the way it is. That's karma. It's the karmic wheel of life. You know, what rises falls, and vice versa. So, you know, if you're going through a disappointment right now, just know that you may have to ride it out for a little bit. But can you trust that maybe there's something better for you, or more aligned for you on the other side of this? So let's see what's coming in. If you're being asked to shake up your ideas about this, and also to maybe use the disappointments as a reflection, like, what are you wanting to change in your life? What does the disappointment highlight to you? That's what's important. It's like, all right, I'm really disappointed in this. Well, why? Well, knowing what you're disappointed in, it's a really good way to sort of chart your way forward, because if you know what doesn't work for you, then you know what does, or what will. Then you can set your sights in a different way and start to, you know, lay down a new foundation, even if you have to do it, you know, one step at a time. And maybe that's frustrating in some cases, especially if you invested a lot of time and energy in a particular pursuit, a particular direction, or in a particular relationship. but for some reason, this needed to be scrapped, okay? Because it's not leading you where you want to go. And you need to trust. There's divine play, okay? You're going to have the last laugh in this situation. It might not seem like it right now, but you got divine play, all right? And this means that what seems like a loss on the surface will actually work out to your advantage. Yeah, you're going to have blockages removed, all right? You felt blocked up to this point. You can't see it right now, but there's a moment coming, and it's not going to be too far from now. You'll have this moment by the end of the year, okay? You have a moment coming where you're going to get an opportunity to see a new way forward, all right? And when this comes, you're going to be grateful that you were disappointed, okay? You're going to be like, oh, I'm so glad that didn't work out, because if that would have worked out, I would never be able to take this opportunity. And this is actually where it's at for me, okay? So see if you can just trust right now. I know that's hard when you're dealing with disappointment. Believe me, I get it, all right? I get it. I've been there before, all right? Yeah, you're in this place right now where you feel very trapped, you feel stuck, you feel like there's no way to move forward with the 8 of Spades. But this is in the light. You're not a victim. You're not stuck. There is a way forward. You just can't see it yet, all right? So this is about having a little bit of blind faith and trusting that whatever has been blocked was blocked for your best interest. Whatever wasn't the way forward for you was not the way to go. There's a new direction that's going to open up for you, a new direction that will be much more in alignment with your heart, okay? You can't see it right now because right now you're in that in-between place where you're currently in the process of building your bridge to get from the past to your new life so you can really follow your heart. What lights up your heart, what excites you, what feels like your fuck yes, you know, you're in the process of preparing to move into this energy, and it absolutely will lead to success for you. Look at you, Queen of Diamonds. This is you in your life. So this new direction is going to come forward, and it's going to turn around and reverse this deep sense of disappointment, separation, loss, heartache that you've experienced. Like, you're going to move beyond this. And not only will you move beyond this, you'll move to this, you know, Queen of Hearts, like really fulfilled in your heart. For you masculines, you know, you're going to be able to connect with that partner, that true partner that really can commit to you, that's ready to share their heart with you, you know, ready to pour that love into you, you know. And for those of you feminines, this is you really valuing yourself, trusting your heart, letting go of the disappointment. I feel this very strongly, not just in matters of the heart, but I also feel like in terms of your own financial stability and your sense of self-worth and your ability to generate financial solvency for yourself, you know, carve your own way. I feel like all of this stuff is really going to get dialed in for you, and it's going to lead to a lot of success. And either way, you're kind of like ditching this energy. Like, you dealt with a lot of kind of like, some of you feminines, you know, maybe you dealt with a mistress in your situation, or maybe you played the role of mistress. This compromised you in some way, you know, because you were feeling such a lack of fulfillment with where you were at, you know, and then you realize, well, this is really sabotaging me. And this isn't even really in alignment with what I want. I want something more deep and more soulful than this. And so you pulled your energy back from this behavior, or you cut off a connection where there was always a third party element involved. And in you doing this, you took back your power. And now you're like feeling more sense of self-worth. You're starting to land in your heart more. And this is going to open up a new direction for you. It's going to come in, okay? Your time of like worry and stress is going to come to a close. For some of you, this is in the area of business. You were too competitive, you know. You were trying to get ahead. You were kind of caught up in the rat race. And you were looking at what other people were doing, their success. A little bit of that Leo energy factoring in. I don't know, maybe you were dealing with a Leo. You could be a Leo Virgo cusper, okay? Or maybe you have a strong Leo placement in your chart. This was really sabotaging you, you know, holding you back. This is about you really just like not being distracted by what other people are doing, where other people are at in terms of their success, and focusing on your own creations, your own inspirations, and really following your heart and trusting your own intuition, and just trust that maybe, you know, it didn't work out in a particular direction you were invested in. there's a new way forward for you in terms of your business aspirations, and it'll lead to a lot of success, and it'll end this time of stress and worry for you. For you masculines, you know, you could have been dealing with a woman who was, you know, stepping out on you, was cheating on you, or any of you who are attracted to women, you know, you may have been dealing with a feminine that just, you know, they weren't loyal. You know, they weren't loyal. They had multiple partners. You know, it caused a separation. You've been trying to bounce back from that. You've been wondering, like, where's the person that can really commit to me? Where's the person that really will love me, will be true to me? I keep running into these experiences. You know, I don't want to have more of these experiences. Some of you may have kind of shut down emotionally because of this, but you know, you're going to get over it. All right. You're in a healing process. So be gentle with yourself. This energy is going to turn around. I'm telling you, you're going to get to the other side of it. So give a little heads up. What's coming in for Virgo? Woo! Yeah, you got a new beginning coming your way. All right. I see it really coming in the spring, but you got to do some groundwork right now. I feel like you need to kind of heal a little bit. Yeah, you know, now is not the time to move forward, all right? And certainly not sexually, okay? So be mindful of this. If you have somebody coming towards you, they're really putting on this pressure to move forward sexually. Now is not the time for this, all right? This is coming up in the shadow. Also, if you're tempted to like step out on a commitment, you know, maybe you're not feeling satisfied in a commitment and you're wanting to kind of like, you know, I don't know, hook up with somebody on the side. I don't recommend that. That's not going to work out in your best interest. Okay. It's about tempering this and really focusing on cultivating your own like emotional stability, financial stability, really like doing your healing work, you know, cleansing yourself of like painful experiences you've had in matters of the heart, and trusting that there's a better way forward, right? There's something that you need to reestablish the groundwork on here. All right. Also, just in terms of business aspirations, you got to stay out of like this competitive mode or comparing where other people are at, or maybe you're following like kind of an old framework in business where you're just, oh my gosh, there's so much blockage going on in the collective, man. You might be like using an old formula. It doesn't work anymore. You know, it might be transparent. This could be like an old way of marketing. Maybe it's too much like spamming, you know, sending out too many emails. It's just not getting the response you want. There's a new way for you to look at your marketing. There's something about the way your presentation is being put out there that it's not having the desired result. Okay, so I think there's some new view you need to get in how to move forward in business matters, especially in any kind of entrepreneurial support framework. Entrepreneurial support. So that makes me think of PR. That makes me think of marketing. There's something branding. Yep. This is where it's at. There's something you're doing, and it's like you're doing something in an old framework. It's an old style of marketing. It's an old style of like PR. It doesn't work. You need to do something more innovative. This is what's holding you back. Until you kind of like revamp this area, you're going to find it's sort of like blocked moving forward. Okay. Cut of the deck energy. Again, shadow energy. Yeah, you're still minding this post. Like you're kind of like, you're just doing things the way you always did things, and you're getting the same result. And then you're wondering why you keep getting the same result. It's because you're not shaking this up. You need to do something new, something innovative. Yep, boom, here we go. You do something new, you do something innovative, look at what you get. Now we're cooking. Now you move forward. Now you step into the light. This also could be an ally that's going to come on your path that'll help you out with this. Fire sign energy, masculine, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, all right? This is about also stepping into that authoritative position with your fire. It's about taking action in a new direction. It's about innovation. It's about taking an inspired idea. Maybe it feels a little risky. Maybe it feels a little edgy. Maybe it's something very different. You haven't ever put yourself out there like this. It's bold, you know, it's bold. It's shaking things up, you know, but it excites you. And it's something you feel passionate about, but you might feel like it's a little bit risky. You're meant to do this. This will lead you forward to success, okay? This is a very independent energy. This is striking out on your own. It's taking action in a new direction, being innovative and taking the initiative, okay? You do this and there's some kind of real success that comes out of this, but if you keep grinding this old axe and doing things the way you've always done them, it's just going to lead to more of the same. You're going to continually be disappointed, because the reason why you're in this cycle of disappointment is you've already been shown like this doesn't work. This is not the direction for you. You're meant to head in a different direction. So until you get a different view of this and understand, look, you're being protected. You're not going to find fulfillment in this direction. You can continue to keep trying to like bash your head up against a wall. This is not going to change. This is what it is, okay? And if you're not happy with the way things are at in this situation, it's time for you to step into this real independent energy, strike out on your own, do something new. Take that risk, you know, take the action to do something that actually inspires you and lights you up. This is also infusing a lot of creativity in what you do moving forward. And in terms of business aspirations, it's like trusting your own ideas. Forget how something's done, you know, forget how other people have achieved success. It's up to you to think of forging a new way forward. Who knows? You could come up with a whole innovative new way to market yourself and your offering. Maybe it'll become the standard in the future. You don't know, you know, but there's something you need to shake up here. And you're doing things in such a way right now where it's boring you. It's boring you, and it's not getting you the results you want. It's disappointing. And that applies not only in matters of heart, but also in your business aspirations and just in your life in general. It's time to get your fire lit again, right? Stop investing in things that aren't lighting your fire. That's where you really need to shift. As soon as you stop pouring your time and energy and focus into things that don't do it for you, maybe you're telling yourself it's good enough, or this will pass, or well, at least this is okay. No, forget that. Are you enthusiastic about it? Then don't invest in it. And start exploring what you are enthusiastic about, because once you do that, everything changes for you, okay? And you do find things turning around, right? So it's disappointing right now, but it's actually a really good opportunity for you to step into a lot of personal satisfaction. Only you can hold yourself back though. You got to take some risks. You got to go your own way, you know, be a rebel, man. You got to be a rebel in this situation. Work with that energy, and then you'll get things cooking, okay? The money will improve. You'll have something you can really invest in. It'll get legs, you know, and you move away from this energy, this like half-priced hot wings energy, this 3 of hearts in reverse in the shadow, like people who just have tons of options. Nobody wants to, you know, invest in you. Well, now you're going to open up options for yourself, you know. You want to try your hand at some different options, you know. Maybe some people will say, oh, you're being selfish, you know, to just focus on you. Who cares? You know, who cares? It's going to land you in your heart. You're going to feel fulfilled. You've been on the other side of this stick long enough with people ripping you off, you know, moving forward in their own self-interest, not considering your needs. You know, be a little selfish. It's okay. You know, use your fire to charge the way forward. Go in the direction that makes you passionate, that fulfills you, and cut off what doesn't serve you. And you can leave all this drama behind. And, you know, you're going to find things a lot more fulfilling and happy for you in the future, right? Trust. Just trust, okay? I'm going to get another sip here. My goodness. See, I said I wasn't going to go so long. I'm heading towards 4 hours. It's like I keep wanting to do this healing video, and then I go for these long lives, and I'm like, I don't know if I have the energy, but I know I got a live coming up tomorrow for, you know, the course material for our Panchakarma. So what am I gonna do? I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure it out, y'all. You know, I'm doing the best I can with this. I'm holding a lot right now. I'm trying to find the balance in my own life, right? I'm facing these challenges too. And with that, I bring in Libra. I'm a Libra. I'm having my birthday this Friday the 13th, okay? So it's a time of review for me. I know that the Libra gang is very much, you know, in this place of review, sentience coming in. We're in that South Node, okay? We're balancing out those scales, you know, we're making our final judgments. We're preparing to step up into our destiny. And Pluto direct Capricorn is asking us to look in the area of family dynamics being our birth families, of course, our blood families, but also looking at ancestral dynamics, and also looking at the family that is, you know, our chosen family, our friends, our social circles, our loved ones. We're also looking at the area of home, what home means to us. I feel like this for Libra is really coming in the area of belonging, like where do I belong? Who are my people? Who really has my back? Who's in my corner? Where do I feel supported? Some of you geographically, you're trying to figure out like, where do I belong, you know? Some of you feel like you don't have the roots that you need. You might have been really like looking more into your ancestry. You might be tapping more into your ancestral roots as a way to feel more rooted, as a way to understand yourself. I think that a lot of you are doing generational healing. A lot of you are healing childhood stuff. It goes way back. You're understanding how your childhood is really affecting your present reality, and you're doing some shadow work around that. You're doing some release work around that. You're healing certain patterns of behavior, certain dynamics that you inherited from your family and your upbringing, right? So I think the work has been pretty intense. I also feel like you're looking at home in terms of just like feeling at home within yourself, feeling in your element, you know, finding your place in the world, where you belong, the kind of work that you're supposed to be doing. Also in your relationship. I mean, Libra rules over relationships, marriages, like who feels like home to you, who is safe for you. Some of you have really had a lot of foundational stuff rocked. Some of you have dealt with a lot of towers, okay? You might be sorting through the rubble right now. You might be trying to redefine what family means to you. You might be redefining what it means to belong. You might be realizing you have to first begin with just belonging to yourself, okay? Which is a whole trajectory shift for Libra, because Libra is usually very focused on the mirror, the other. That really comes into play with the North Node, South Node action going on. Aries is Libra's mirror. Aries is in the North Node, okay? So some of you may be looking at somebody else, you know, across the table from you. Somebody who always felt like home. All of a sudden there's no place like home. When you realize it ain't here, you know. Some of you are trying to find your way back home. This could be a physical place. This could be a spiritual home. You might have homesickness. Bottom of the deck energy. Yeah, we got the Three of Hearts in reverse and in the shadow, man. This is like some really deep, heavy stuff that you're trying to transmute. A lot of you have been wading through some pretty intense trauma. You know, some pretty intense trauma. You've been healing some really foundational stuff. At times it's been really heavy. It's been really dark. You've been doing the work with the Eight of Diamonds. I see that. You've been bringing what's been in the dark, okay, from your foundation, from your roots, into the light, okay? You've been making the unconscious conscious. And through this process, you've been really discovering your heart. And I see this with this Eight of Hearts coming up in the light. This is actually really beautiful, because you have built a bridge and gotten over it. You've chosen the path of heart. A lot of you have transmuted this energy. At one point, this trauma, these foundational issues, I think whatever you've been healing, it goes way back. Some of you really have been healing something it's been like a pox on your bloodline, all right, for real. You were the key. You broke the link in the chain that kept your ancestors bound, right? You know, you've stepped into your freedom in some way. This is a story of liberation, but it was rough going. I feel like you're still shedding a little bit of this, okay? There's still a little bit more that needs to come to the surface. Just with that Pluto energy coming in. but I think you're actively heading in your new direction. I think that you had to make some tough judgment calls, okay? And you're following your heart, but you're committed to this work. You're committed to following your heart. So this is beautiful for this to come up in the light. Let's see what else wants to come in. What is the work that Libra Collective needs to do with Pluto direct in Capricorn to address these family issues, this sense of belonging, this sense of home? What is the work to be done by Libra? Where is the revolution required? What are they needing to transform? What are they needing to shift? What are they needing to change? Wow, we've got a lot coming up, okay? What's coming in? Woo, woo. Okay, we still got some shadow here on the scene. It's kind of acting as a covering influence in this regard. There's also something hanging around the periphery here. We'll look at that in a minute here. Let me see what's here. Yeah. We got this 4 of spades in the shadow. Okay, so here's one area that you need to revolutionize. There's something here, though. There's something here that you still haven't let go of. Like, you've still got some axe you're grinding, right? It may have something to do with family. It may have something to do with, like, your chosen family, like friends that have always felt like family to you. This may have been around some really harsh boundaries you had to put in place, or something you recently had to let go of or cut off. I feel like you're still dealing with this. Whatever this is very present. You haven't fully, like, released this yet. Oh my gosh. You know, there's something that you had to let go of. There's something you had to cut off. And I don't feel like you did this, like, with willingness in your heart. I think you did it. I think it was a judgment call, but I think you did it under duress. That's what it feels like. And it feels like you did it because you recognize, like, I have to, but this really sucks that I have to let this go. This really sucks that I have to put down this boundary line. This really sucks that I have to cut this off. Like, this hurts. This hurts. After all of this that I've already been through, and this could be in direct relation to something that was a very personal, deep healing process for you. Some cathartic process you've been in, something where maybe a third party element got involved and created interference in a healing process, or caused disruption in something you've been really, like, pouring a lot of your time and energy in, working toward, okay? There's something where you've been doing a lot of work, and it feels like emotional work. There's something here where you've really been opening up your heart with the Queen of Hearts energy in the light, okay? You've come into your heart, you're following your heart, you've been doing the work, you've been keeping your heart open. There's some shadow, you know, element. It's something very foundational. It's something from the past. You've been looking to transmute trauma. You've been looking to heal a situation. I feel like there's some, like, third party element, some outside energy inserted itself into this situation. And this is somebody that is also very foundational to you, or it's something that was very close to your heart, and you had to cut this thing off. You had to let this go, and you feel really bitter about it. You know, I don't think you're over this. This feels like it's present, and it may be related to these energies over here. So I feel called to look at these. What's this energy on the periphery? Yep. 7 of Hearts in reverse in the shadow. This is somebody who brought in some kind of confusion into what was a very plain, straightforward, simple situation. This is somebody who added some kind of glamour into the mix, okay? This is somebody who was, like, spinning narratives, creating some kind of framework, some kind of storyline around what is actually a very personal healing experience for you. This is probably somebody you felt very close to. This is also like you dealt with other people involved in your business. They were creating confusion. You know, maybe you started getting treated like an option in a situation where you used to feel very at home, where you used to feel like you belonged. You felt like you were kind of like out of the loop. This has got, like, hijacker energy, man. This energy is acting like a crossing and covering influence. Crossing, Yep. They were barring the way from you having something. What were they barring the way from? This is like somebody inserted their will into your situation, all right? And they were blocking something. What were they blocking for you? A soulmate connection? Six of Hearts in the light. Somebody was blocking this. They were inserting themselves as an option in your situation, and or spreading some kind of false narrative about you, creating convolution, complication, some kind of glamour in a situation that was actually very straightforward. And this put this on ice for you. Ooh, somebody may have put you on ice. Oh, somebody may have done some kind of halting working. Not for everybody, but for that to come in the way it did. And here we see here the shadows covering this as well. So this is some kind of energy. This is not somebody you're currently dealing with. I feel like this is somebody you had to cut off. You had to block this energy. This was an interfering energy that interfered in a healing process. They interrupted something that was supposed to be healing for you. It's a path of heart that you were called to, and you've been doing the work, the emotional work, the healing work. You've been keeping your heart open to move toward this healing. Somebody disrupted your healing. This is horrible. Oh my gosh, look at this. This is the shadows covering this. This person wanted you to not be able to move away from suffering and strife. You were meant to move away from suffering and strife. You were meant to have some kind of healing. You were meant to get to the other side of something that you've been working through. It's very foundational. Whoever did this, there's somebody you viewed as family. It could be within a family dynamic. It could be within a very close-knit group of friends. This is somebody you considered family. This is somebody you trusted. It's somebody foundational in your life. And I think you're having a hard time letting this go. I think you're still very angry about this. It feels a little fresh, to be honest with you. I think this is something that's been in the mainframe maybe over the past month. This came to a head. Yeah, you realize this came to light for you. They had you stuck. This person had you stuck. This person had you in this like victim role. Maybe they spun this narrative around you. They said you were a victim. You know, they had you trapped at the crossroads, held up. They wanted you to be really confused in your head. That's where you're at when you're in this Eight of Spades energy. But this came to light for you, okay? So I think that you're still holding on to a little anger about this. You may even be dealing with some judgment from outsiders around this. They may have their opinions about this. There may be a lot of people who have their own opinions about where you put blocks down, where you had to cut things off. You can't worry about that, okay? These people don't understand what you've been going through in this situation. This energy is being rectified, all right? Looks like you're following your path of heart. Here's the energy that's crossing you right now. It's light influence. Yep, look, this is for you. This is your birthright. 10 of Diamonds. This keeps coming up for Libra, okay? I can't make it up. It's just what's coming in for Libras. I don't know what to tell people. I'm not playing favorites. It's just what the cards are saying. This has been coming in for Libra. Libra's been slogging it through for a long time with no reward, okay? For some of you, this is an inheritance that you were meant to receive. Your family intercepted this. There was some kind of interruption in this. You didn't get what you were supposed to get. For some of you, this is some kind of moment of success, arrival that's been thwarted up till now. It's because of outside interference. There might still be some people or some situations, some things that you need to cut off that you're still invested in for this to come up in relation to Pluto direct Capricorn and what you need to transform. Okay. So there's something here that you might still have something that you're investing in, or some direction you're heading in, or some connection you have where you need to maybe get a different view. Maybe this person isn't on your side like you think they are. Maybe this isn't like the home sweet home you think it is. Maybe this person doesn't really have your best interest at heart. Or maybe you think you belong in a certain connection with a certain person or in a certain situation, and that's actually not it, you know? So I think that you need to be kind of patient with yourself where you have had to kind of like cut things off. I think first of all, there needs to be like space to kind of like let this experience settle a little bit. Whatever you're working for, your North Node energy, keep investing in it, okay? Keep following your heart. Even if you have to go your own way for a while, keep your heart open, keep doing this work. You know, the healing that eluded you, it'll come. I think you're feeling really bitter about this. That's what I pick up. There's some kind of healing or celebration that you were supposed to get, but it's been held up by outside interference and other energies controlling the narrative around you and keeping you stuck in a place of confusion, okay? And maybe you felt like you didn't have like the financial means to move forward in certain situations. Like it's very practical concerns that have been keeping you stuck, that have been keeping you from moving into the kind of living situation you want to be in, or having the kind of family life you want to have, or just the kind of stability you want to have, the kind of togetherness you want to have. Maybe you've been longing for that, like people who want to actually build with you. You haven't been finding that. It's coming, okay? This is assured. 10 of diamonds. You're heading into your North Node energy. Where you were blocked, the blockages are being removed. But I do feel like the heart's been really hurt by this interference. And there's some kind of healing, and there's some kind of like destiny, some kind of stepping into the fulfillment of your destiny that's eluded you. And you feel bitter about it. You do. You feel bitter about it, Libra. And you still have some shadow emotions around that need to be transmuted. So I would say be patient with yourself and give yourself time, you know, as you really look at your feelings around this, and stay connected to your heart. Don't let it make you go cold, okay? The fact that you've had to cut some things off and lay down boundary lines, don't shut down your heart, okay? Keep following your heart, keep following your vision, keep working hard, okay? Stay true to the path. All right? What will support Libra in this transformational, revolutionary work? Comes up in the light. King of Diamonds energy, okay? For some of you, this is a helpful person. This is the partner, you know? This is the person you're doing healing work with. This is coming in, okay? This is also a rival in business matters, a rival in finances, all right? So you are stepping up into this North Node energy that, see, the block came in. There's energy that's wanting to block Libra from stepping into their birthright right now. I'm telling you, this is coming in really strong, but this is coming in. It can't be stopped, right? This is in the light here, all right? So there's going to be tangible forward progression. And this reminds me of the energy that came in the collective read, that Capricorn energy associated with the North Node. You may have Capricorn North Node, some of you, okay? Either way, it's still that spirit of that Capricorn North Node energy where it's like, no, it's time to be the GOAT, man. You've got to just like do the impossible, keep going. Maybe you have to break from the pack. Maybe you feel alone for a while. Maybe you feel like you only belong to yourself. It's okay. You know, you're going to step into this place of empowerment. I feel like feminine, you know, and vice versa, like the true partner will come in for you, right? If you've dealt with disappointment in matters of the heart because there's been third-party interference, somebody's coming in that, you know, they see a future with you, they want to build with you, they want to commit, all right? But right now you might need to go your own way, you know, for a little while, and that's okay, you know? Give it time for this to manifest. 10 with that 10 of diamonds, I think October is going to be a really important month, all right? Something really becomes clear for you at this time. Keep pushing, though. You're meant to follow through right now, okay? Because the old cycle is over with death on the other side here with the Ace of Spades, right? What came to an end was meant to come to an end. It was blocking growth. It was inhibiting growth. The 7 of diamonds in the shadow. And as soon as you cut this off, as soon as you stopped investing in this direction, you don't need to feel guilty and don't feel resentful. Be glad that it was outed, okay? And you saw this clearly because now you're stepping into the 9 of diamonds, right? So we know that right now you're following through. October, this is a very important month for you in terms of your personal stability, your finances, creating your own sense of home, feeling at home within yourself. So do pay attention to your health. Your health is wealth right now. Make sure you're staying balanced, okay? But you're meant to follow through right now. Stay very focused in October. See things through. I feel like there's some major goal you're going to hit in this month of October. It leads to growth, okay, where growth has eluded you. And it's because you cut off what was working against you. You cut off this third-party element. For some of you, it was a bad habit you had. It was a way of moving forward with things. For some of you, it was outside interference. It was third-party interference romantically. It was competition in your business aspirations. It was friends who were controlling narratives, inserting themselves in a situation that had nothing to do with them, okay? And it took everything off track, all right? Well, you're getting it back on track, and you're starting with yourself, right? 9 of diamonds in the light, okay? So I love this because there's the progression of energy, the 9 to the 10. It starts with just you, all right? You're going to get your health in order. You're going to get your schedule dialed in. You're going to do your work, right? You're going to get really organized. You're going to see through your aspirations, your financial aspirations, your business aspirations, your tangible goals. You're going to get very structured and organized, Libra, okay? And that is what will give you the growth you need. And then once you're in this place where you're really feeling yourself, you're looking good, you're feeling good, you're in your pre-Empress energy, you know, you're rocking it, you're working it. Here comes, you know, the partner, the King of Diamonds. Vice versa. It applies for the masculine too, okay? This is when you root your destiny and this comes into being. So it looks very positive for you, all right? Just some old holdover, like I feel like a lot of like anger, you know, anger. You got to be very careful because you worked really hard to get your heart open, okay? So don't go cold and don't let yourself be distracted by this nonsense right now. You had to cut this stuff off. I know it's not what you wanted, but you had to. Look at this right on the bottom. I love it. Right on the bottom of the deck energy, you know, this new beginning in love that was held back from you and this healing that eluded you, it's going to flip up in reverse, right? This is going to be restored, but you got to first, you know, get yourself straight, all right? So this is about, instead of looking at family picture, this is about understanding that at the end of the day, even with family, even with our blood relatives, okay, we still will come into this world alone and will leave this world alone. So if you don't belong to yourself, how do you expect to really feel like a place where you belong with others? You know what I'm saying? This is about really shoring up your own sense of inner strength and support, and believing that you deserve to have, you know, a sense of belonging, and that you deserve to invest in connections and pursuits and places where you're welcome, where you feel like you belong, not where you always feel like you're on the outside, okay? So you're coming back home to yourself first, and this is what you really need to work on, and it's all foundational, okay? Do the work. Your work's not done yet. Your work is needing to happen in the very practical right now, Libra. It's about creating a schedule, being on your self-care, having a work schedule, you know, achieving your objectives, seeing things through. It's the drudgery, okay? Doing your housework, making your home a more comfortable place for you to be. Wherever you can create that stability and alignment for yourself, you're going to create it. And then comes another who wants to build with you, all right? So really beautiful energy. You're going to find your place called home. It's just going to take a little time, okay? Got to lay the groundwork first. It starts with you, all right? Scorpio. Scorpio, you're being asked for a revolution in the area of the same old song and dance. There's something that's been just running on repeat, like a skip in a record, you know? You keep going over the same old ground, doing the same old thing, having the same old reactions, dealing with the same old people on the same old scene, and this isn't working, you know? It's time to do everything completely different. Like you really need to shake things up at this time. Your whole life is asking for a revolution. You're in a rut. The only difference between a rut and a grave are its dimensions, right? So there's something that you're really needing to shift, and you're really needing to change here. And this is definitely needing a lot of attention at this time, okay? A lot of attention at this time, Scorpio. All right, so time to find a new tune, you know, dance in a new way. You know, maybe you need to actually do this, you know. Maybe some of you need to get creative. Maybe you got a song in you. Maybe you got a dance in you. Maybe that's something that can help you kind of break on through to the other side of sort of like this stuckness you're in. You know, you need to work with your creative energy a little bit more, and this will help you find a new way forward and help you get new perspective in some of the situations where you feel stuck. You're feeling like it's the same old, the same old story in a love story here with the Two of Hearts. There's a crease here, you know, things are kind of bent out of shape in this love relationship. I feel like you've dealt with the same thing over and over again. For some of you, it's a relationship that you're currently in. You're trying to get on the same page. You're trying to work things out. It's just you keep ending up in the same place, you know, the same dividing line. And, you know, it's like the same painful ending over and over and over again, you know. It might be time to think about letting this go. It might be time to think about trying to work it out in a new way, you know. Maybe you need to get some support for this process. Maybe you've never tried the counseling route. You know, you might need to pull in some counseling. Go get some marital support, you know. Or it could just be that no matter how many times you try to address a relationship and try to heal it, it's had its time. You know, it's the same old, same old. This person is who they are. They bring to the table what they bring. You're on different pages, and there's not really a way to fix this, you know. But it's up to you. You know, you got to see how this is speaking to you. But we know that there's a need for a change and reformation that's needed here. Because in some way, you know, you're always feeling like, you know, you're left on your own, out in the cold, you know, and what you want and what matters to you doesn't matter to the other, you know, and this fulfillment that you're wanting in matters of the heart, it always eludes you, you know. Yeah, you're tired of feeling like just so impoverished in matters of the heart. And this could also be like maybe money's been really tight too, and that's caused a lot of problems in your relationship. There is that saying when like money flies out the door, love flies out the window. You know, this may have been a bone of contention between you and your relationships, you know. Maybe somebody lost their job or somebody's had some kind of financial hardship and that caused problems. This could also be like somebody in this connection really wants a commitment. They want a serious relationship, and the other person is not wanting commitment. Views for what happiness looks like, you know. It's not that the other person's wrong. You just have different things you desire. You might need to realize that as long as you keep trying to make this something other than it is, you're always going to feel betrayed. This person's made it very clear that, you know, they want to have other action on the side. Queen of Clubs energy. In the shadow, this is mistress energy. You know, there's constant blockage here. There's no way to get this to move forward toward this place of security that you long for. This person doesn't want it. They don't. They don't want the same thing. So this has something to do with like investing in the wrong people, or maybe you've been tempted, you know, maybe you've been tempted by the fruit of another, you know, you've been playing the field. You played the role of mistress, you know, with that monetary security piece coming in, you know, some of you, I don't know, maybe you wanted a sugar daddy, maybe you wanted to be a sugar baby. Some of you may have, you know, been attracted to people for superficial reasons. Like it seemed like, oh, this person's a leg up, you know, they have a mate, I'll get to live the easy life. Or there was something maybe that was really superficially appealing to them, but what's lacking is the substance where two hearts can really come together. Like you guys see things differently, you feel differently about things, okay? There's something that needs to be transformed here. I feel like it's in relation to a relationship that you keep trying to make it something that you want it to be, but it's not. It's not that. You're trying to get a leopard to change its spots, and the leopard never changes the spots, you know? It is what it is. This coming through very loudly. It is what it is, right? Yeah, it is what it is. 8 of Hearts in the shadow. This is never going to give you the fulfillment you want. You know, you keep following your heart in this direction because you feel this connection with this person. But what you're not understanding is that you're working out an old unhealthy pattern, like over and over and over again. The resolution comes in actually building a bridge and getting over this. You need to let this be water under the bridge, you know? You want to achieve some victory at all costs. Well, it's at your cost, the cost of your sanity, your emotional well-being, your personal fulfillment. This is a highly competitive energy. You could be operating in this energy, or you could be dealing with somebody who keeps putting you in this situation where you're always having to compete for their time, their love, their attention. There's not going to be the growth here you want to see. 7 of Diamonds in the shadow. There's just, this isn't it. It's time to get a new view. All right. Time to get a new view. You can go down this road as many times as you want. It's going to be the same thing, the same song, the same dance, the same story. This person, this situation, this dynamic, it hasn't changed. It won't. It's gridlocked. It is what it is. That's what I got, Scorpio. So let's see, any further information that wants to come in for Scorpio around this about transforming this rut they're in. Yeah, you're meant to move forward with passion and purpose, not delay this any longer. You're meant to move forward in a new direction, okay? You're meant to head forward toward what actually gives you a sense of excitement, passion, you know, inspiration, something that lights you up with the Jack of Clubs energy. Either that, or maybe you're trying to, you know, play this role of being the dutiful partner, you know, in a relationship. You're trying to be in a commitment, and you're the one who wants to play the field. And maybe you've been moving in the shadow. Maybe you've been sneaking around. Maybe you've been cheating, or you're dealing with somebody who wants to do this. And it's like the solution is maybe opening up the relationship, accepting that you have needs, you know, that go beyond the confines of a traditional committed arrangement. And if you can work through that together and both people can be in agreement, maybe there is a way to move forward where it can work, okay? For others of you, this just means like owning the reality of who somebody is, and instead of like demonizing them and looking at them like they're a bad person because they want to have freedom, you accept that this is who this person is, and you can't make them to be something they're not. All right? You can't make them commit to you. If that's not who they are and it's not what they desire, you can't force a fit. All right? So there's something that needs to be released here that provides transformation. And in acknowledging that, if it's just like, okay, we're just not on the same page, we both want different things. Well, okay, good. Yeah, maybe it hurts at first. Maybe it's difficult. Maybe there's upheaval in letting something go. It's disruptive when we break ourselves out of a rut, even if it is something that's really keeping us in a place of disappointment and lack of fulfillment. It shakes us up, right? But then you really get in touch with what does excite you, what lights you up, and what inspires you, and you get to move forward, right? Then I feel like no longer are you going to be in this rut. Finally, like it's like pedal to the metal. You get to move forward with passion and purpose. This could be, you know, you could be dealing with this kind of energy that's a fire sign energy, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, right? This could be where the issue is. This is coming in the shadow. Yeah, you feel betrayed by this person. 7 of Spades. You view this as a betrayal. But this person's in the light. Like, this is who this person is. This is who they are. Who's betraying who? If you want somebody to be other than they are, who's betraying who in this situation? This is like a different perspective that's needed. You either agree that, okay, this is okay with me, and I want you in my life, and I understand this is what you can offer, or you realize, no, this isn't working for me. I feel like there's no trust here. I feel emotionally ripped off in this situation. Or vice versa. You realize that The only way you can be true to yourself and live in your light and have the freedom to explore different romantic options is if you lie and cheat and steal, and you're changing this. Okay? This is what's being asked for. There's something that needs to be switched up in this situation, looked at in a new way. Let's do a cut of the deck energy and see what comes through on this. This looks like this is really coming up in the area of love and romance. Two people on two different pages. One person wants to play the field. The other person wants commitment, okay? And it's not working. Like, there's no way to make this work because you both have different ideas of what will fulfill you in this situation. One person may have been lying, cheating, messing around, trying to live like a double life. That's not working. Like, this will be exposed, and this will cause further problems, further gridlock in the situation. So it's really time to just like lay everything on the table and recognize that you guys see relationship in two different ways, or you're dealing with people who aren't in alignment with the way you want to move forward romantically. And so there's something that needs to shift in this dynamic, okay? Cut the deck energy. Got some shadow here. Yeah. 10 of spades in the shadow. This is done. This is an old cycle. This was supposed to end a long time ago. This could even be with somebody that you were in a relationship, like an ex, a long time ago. This person cheated on you. This person lied to you. This person's a player. You know, maybe you feel like they're even bragging about it or rubbing your face in it or whatever, you know. But you're still letting this rule over you. Like, this is done. This is dead. This is over with. This has been done and over with a long time ago. And you're still letting it rob you of your passion and purpose. You're still letting it draw your attention. And there's something here that's like, it's time to let this go, man. Because as long as you hold on to this, look, you've got no forward motion here with the Ace of Clubs in reverse in the shadow. This could even be that you were hoping that there would be some kind of like new beginning with this individual. Maybe you were attracted to this person, or maybe this person, you feel like they played you. Maybe they made you believe there was going to be some romantic new beginning with them or something like this. And when push came to shove, there was no fulfillment of this. Like, nothing ever happened. This person was all talk. There was no action. This person might like really know how to, you know, talk a good game. They might, you know how to use their words, you know, to really spin a web, you know, but this is done. This is done. This is like wanting to, you know, make somebody be an emperor, you know, when they're just out for a good, you know, good time on a Saturday night. Like, and then you're bitter about it when your love wishes, this new beginning you wanted in love, isn't fulfilled with the Ace of Hearts in reverse. You know, there was no growth here. You were waiting around for something to happen. You wanted to see something happen here. You really wanted this. You invested in this. This is what you were promised. You were promised growth, okay? But this was a third-party situation. And the recognition, the healing for you will come through just accepting this, you know, accepting that this is done. This is over with the 10 of spades, not continuing to like punish it, try to get even with it, try to teach it a lesson, you know, hanging on to the bitterness of it. You know, it's time to free yourself of this betrayal. Like, be grateful that this was illuminated for you, because all this was doing was throwing you out of balance. This person was juggling you. And once you realize this, that this person can never really fulfill you, there will never be this like meeting of souls that you're really wanting. You'll always be an option in this situation. Okay. Once you realize this, and you also realize the way this was blocking you financially, maybe you feel like this person used you financially, used you for stability. Maybe they told you what they wanted you to hear, right? So you could, you know, give them some kind of leg up financially, or give them some kind of opportunity, or vice versa. Pick what side you're on. This could be you've played this role in the past. It doesn't work. Balance is being restored here. All right. Balance is being restored here. This is karma. Once you get to the other side of this, then, you know, you'll have a new beginning, something you can actually work with. You'll move out of this place of lack, disappointment, feeling like you're out in the cold, feeling like you don't have any stability, and what comes in its place, a lot of this could have gone down for you on social media. Maybe this is a good lesson, maybe you were dealing with somebody who was just like lots of promises, but it was just sexting, maybe you were dealing with a catfish account, or maybe something was going, south online on social media. Don't get suckered in by this stuff, okay? Because unless somebody's really showing up and they're fulfilling their promises, like, does it really bear any weight? Okay? You might want to pull your energy back from social media a bit. Don't get caught up in drama. Pay attention to the actions people take. It doesn't matter what people say. What do they do? What do they actually do? This is what you need to pay attention to, because I feel like this person promised you a lot of things, but they didn't deliver. All right? I think it was for fun. I think this person probably talks to a lot of different people, or you talk to a lot of different people. I feel like with the Scorpio group here, it's like there's a little bit on both sides, okay? One or both of you had other options, and it feels like it was sort of like fantasy, wanting something to be other than the way it is. You might have gotten suckered in by, somebody spinning their story, or maybe you were working somebody for a certain advantage yourself, okay? But either way, this behavior doesn't work, and there's some kind of karmic balance that's happening here. And I think that this karmic balance is necessary. So you might be dealing with some kind of rough stuff as you work through these issues, but this is really helping you break out of an old dynamic. And once you get to the other side of this, then you can have a new way forward, okay? And you're not going to have this heavy energy dragging behind you. And that's really important, all right? It's really going to set you free. And it's also going to improve your financial picture too, okay? So be on the lookout for that. Once you really free yourself of this kind of dynamic, you may not realize the way it's been blocking your manifestations, the way it's been holding you back financially, or the way somebody's been draining you dry financially, or the way you've been disempowered financially because you've been relying on a sugar daddy, or you've been relying on somebody else to foot the bill for you. Once you step out of this dynamic, you'll be more empowered, and you'll have a lot more agency to move forward freely in your life, and you'll be grateful for the lesson. But I feel like right now you're in the trenches. It's not going to feel so hot right now. You're sort of caught up in like a hall of mirrors. It feels like it's sort of like the same old thing that you've seen reflecting back at you over and over again. But there's one place you haven't looked at yet, and that's in the mirror at yourself, and acknowledging the ways that you've allowed these patterns to just kind of continually repeat in your life. Once you break this spell, then you'll finally see a way forward. And breaking the spell involves accepting that this is done. There's no way to salvage this. There's no way to fix this. You let it go, you get to the other side of it. Your karma balances, and you'll find a new way forward, okay? And it'll give you what you're actually looking for, instead of continually flogging a dead horse and expecting this thing to get up and get some legs and go somewhere. It's just not. You could be dealing with a Sag for the horse reference to come in. And with that, we move to Sagittarius, okay? Could be a little Ophiuchus energy coming in there. Let's just kind of clear out that energy a little bit. Sagittarius, you're being asked to look at revamping your finances, okay? There's something you need to revolutionize in the area of finances, something you've been doing with your finances up to this point. It's just not working, okay? It's not working, and you need to get a different view. You need to do something in a different way. If you keep heading down this track, it's just going to keep you stuck, right? So there's something that needs to be addressed financially that is kind of like you're sticking to an old formula, and it's just going to keep getting you the same result. Okay, so there's a new view that needs to be had here. Let's see what's coming in for Sagittarius with this Pluto direct in Capricorn energy. What is this new view they need to get financially? What is coming in for them? Let's see. Bottom of the deck energy, 10 of clubs coming up in the light. You've been working way too hard. And it's because you've been working at something that doesn't even fulfill you. Like there's no reward in this direction that you're investing your time and energy in, and your heart's not on board with it. You don't feel impassioned about it. You're probably burning yourself out. You know, maybe you are really on your grind, like you're in this hustle culture mindset. And it's true, we do have to work hard to make things happen. But if you work yourself into the ground to the point where you're just like exhausted, then the quality of what you offer, it starts to like degrade, okay? And that could be why you're starting to find that, you know, your finances are getting a little locked up. You're not getting the forward progression that you'd like to see. We got Queen of Spades energy right behind this, okay? You could be dealing with a Gemini, Libra, Aquarius in association with this. There might be something that, you know, you need to cut off. It could be a certain pattern of behavior. You could have a strong air sign placement in your chart. This is possible. Or you could be like keeping your eye on somebody and wondering like what their next move is. This could be like a business partner. This could be somebody that, you know, you see moving forward on a business level, and you're wanting to know like what do they got up their sleeve, you know? You might feel a little bit in the dark. This person may be factoring in strongly for you for some reason, or you might have a strong air sign placement in the chart. I also feel like it's speaking of that kind of Queen of Spades energy where it's sort of like there's something here that you need to cut off. And I think it's a tendency to sort of like work yourself into the ground, you know, or just kind of go through the motions and continue to do what you've always done because that's the way you do it. It's worked in the past, even though now it's not quite manifesting the way it used to. There's a new way forward. You don't know what way that is, you know, you sort of feel like you're in the dark a little bit, okay? But just because you're in the dark about it and you don't know a different way forward doesn't mean you should keep like just running something into the ground that obviously isn't working, okay? You need to pull your energy back a little bit. I feel like you need to bring your work life into balance a little bit more. For some of you, you're just like spending too much money, okay? And you're buying too many things on credit. You know, you're writing checks, you know, in advance for money you don't have yet. Like you're spending money you don't have yet. And that's dangerous because this money hasn't actually come in yet, and it's going to get you further into a hole. You need to change your spending habits. You need to start focusing on saving a bit more. Yeah, you know, you're coming up in this distorted energy, shadow energy. You might be spending too much money, all right? Money you don't really have. You might be buying a lot of things on credit. You might be doing some shock therapy. Some of you might have issues with gambling or, you know, just gambling and not making wise choices. You know, getting invested in get rich quick schemes, something along these lines, all right? This is sabotaging behavior, okay? There's some bad habit here around finances that's keeping you stuck. And it's also keeping you in this position where you're always having to catch up financially. Like you're really having to work hard to try to like come up with this money just so you can make ends meet. And it's wearing you out. You're burning out. You're burning the candle at both ends. And you're spending too much money on like pleasurable things, okay? You need to be more responsible with your money. You need to cut off some of these spending habits. You need to really look at like your long-term future. With the Jack of Diamonds coming up in the light, slow and steady. It's not glamorous, okay? You might be trying to like be in competition too much, like keeping up with the Joneses, you know. You might be living beyond your means. You might be like going for flash over substance. This is going to like sabotage you big time. You know, true success, it takes a long time. It's not glamorous. You might be trying to project this illusion of being in this really successful, established place in your life, but it's not really where you're at. And there's nothing wrong with that, you know? You're in the process right now of you're building the foundation. And yes, it's a lot of work, okay? It's a lot of work, but you know, you're not meant to like drive yourself into the ground, even when you're required to work hard, right? Get this piece here that you need to bring things in balance and you need to stop being so competitive, You're competitive with somebody. You might even be competitive with this air sign energy. You might view this person as a competitor. You might be watching this person. You might be wondering what their next move is on a business level or on a financial level. This may be somebody you're entangled with financially on some level. This could be an ex that you're entangled with financially on some level. You're wondering what their next move is. You don't know what their next move is, okay? You know, you got to stay in your own lane and you can't focus on what this person is doing. This is about what you're building for yourself. King of Clubs is supposed to be a very independent energy. You're supposed to be very independent in your energy, not worried about what other people are doing, not worrying about keeping up with the Joneses, not trying to figure out what somebody else has got cooking here, okay? You're trying to illuminate what somebody else has got cooking here, something obviously that they're not revealing. It's because it's their business, all right? You're in the dark about it for a reason. Maybe you might want to take a cue from that playbook, you know? Maybe you're trying to, like, you know, be too flashy. Maybe you need to do stuff a little bit more, you know, beneath the surface. Maybe you shouldn't announce all your plans to everybody. People will sabotage you, especially when you're trying to be successful, okay? Slow and steady wins the race. There might be an earth sign energy, masculine, that can help you with this. Like, slow and steady wins the race. Earth sign energy, masculine. You could have a strong earth sign energy in your chart. Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, okay? You achieve the success, not in glamorous ways. Nobody gets an instant leg up. There is no instant success. This is like the dull drudgery work. Like, you lay it down brick by brick, one step at a time. You're being asked to be a lot more reasonable, you know? Stop being so flashy, be more practical, right? Or shoot you in the foot. There's been too much, like, you've been having fun, you know, maybe you've been going out a lot, maybe you've been getting drinks with your friends, maybe you've been, you know, just enjoying some entertainment, having a good time, right? I don't know why, just like saw a trip to Vegas. Maybe you went to Vegas, you played the slots, you know. You just been like kind of like frittering your money away. Well, this funny business is catching up to you and it's really hitting you in the pocketbook. You know, there's some behavior you need to cut off at work too. You may be doing something on the job that you shouldn't be doing, all right? You're going to get caught up in this if you don't cool it, okay? It may be hidden up till now, but it's going to come to light, all right? If you've been getting away with some funny business on the job, this will catch up to you. It could cost you your job, all right? So you want to be mindful. Bring in further energy for Sagittarius in relation to this, okay? So finances are needing some work, Sagittarius. You need to change some of your habits and you need to start working smarter, not harder, okay? And don't try to get like ahead by, you know, anything that's shady, any kind of get rich quick schemes or where you're kind of like trying to pull one over, you know, in an employer situation will work again. Yeah, look at this. Jack of Diamonds in the shadow. Look at this. You might have gotten tired of like doing the right thing, the slow and steady thing. You might be trying to rush ahead too fast. This might have even caused you to align with somebody, earth sign energy, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, in such a way that actually worked against you, okay? This could get you in trouble. This could get you in trouble. You need to understand that there's no instant success. You're going to have to just do this slow and steady, all right? Look, funny stuff going on with the money. Joker in the shadow. You could be dealing with an earth sign energy that's doing something shady with your money. They could be holding you up financially, all right? This could be somebody who's unfairly taking advantage of you financially or has caused some disruption to your financial stability. Earth sign energy. This could also be somebody who's slowing down your finances. Maybe there's money that was promised to you. Maybe they owe you money. Maybe you had some kind of financial arrangement, agreement, a business arrangement, agreement. This person's holding things up. I think you're going to get what's due you, okay? But it's not going to come forward immediately. Either way, you got to stop, you know, this kind of like excessive behavior, all right? There's help on the way in regard to this situation, and what you're due is coming your way with the 6 of Diamonds in the light, all right? This energy will turn around, but there's something that needs to be cut off here. And it has a lot to do with spending habits, overindulgence in things that are setting you back financially, trying to keep up with a certain lifestyle that you're really just not in a financial position to live right now. Excessive spending, or some kind of vices that are really draining the finances. It could be like partying, right? Or it could be you got somebody who's draining you financially. This person wants luxury, you know? They want luxury. They're taking advantage of you financially. This could be an ex. You could be in the process of separating in a relationship, and this ex is like just taking you to the cleaners financially. But it looks like there's something that's going to turn around in this situation for you, because it's equity is going to be restored here with the 6 of Diamonds. Help is on the way, okay? Something's going to save your butt in this situation, Sagittarius. Kind of the deck energy here. Yeah, somebody's been taking more than their share. I got that. And there's something that was promised to you, some kind of support, some kind of assistance, some kind of payout, something like this. It's something you were supposed to receive and you didn't. You will receive this. Yeah, you know, this funny business, what's been blocked, you know, what you were promised. I feel like there's something that's come to an end. And whatever has come to an end, there's some kind of financial reward that comes on the other side of that. This funny business that's held back from you, it's not going to go on much longer, okay? You're in the right in this situation with the 7 of clubs coming up in the light. This is due you, all right? So stick to your laurels, keep your nose clean, tighten up your belt financially. Don't be overspending right now. This will get settled. You may be dealing with opposition right now, but you know what's fair, you know what's true, and you know what's just, and you know what you're due, all right? And this is going to come through, and there is financial assistance on the way. Stick to your guns, man. Don't accept something that is not a fair deal in this situation. This person does not have the upper hand. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Okay? They've been trying to pull some funny business, but you're being put in the loop of this, and you're going to be able to overcome this challenge. And you got a lot of financial assistance coming your way, okay? But you need to continue to do things the right way, and don't be tempted to move left and get involved in some, like, you know, fast money scheme or something like that, or something that could put your job or your financial position in jeopardy. It will backfire big time, okay? You've been warned. You've been warned, right? But there's definitely something you need to shake up here, Sag, right? Capricorn. It's all about you, all right? This is where you're being affected. You are due for a revolution, Capricorn. It's time for you to do everything brand new. It's time for you to really align with what's true for you. I think you're shedding your old identity. It's rocking your world. It's blowing your mind. You're stepping into a whole new version of yourself. It's like birthing pains, okay? Very revolutionary process you're in right now. I feel like you've made a lot of major changes in your life. Nothing in your life looks like it did in the past, okay? Everything has changed for you. And there's some kind of real new template for your future that is awakening in you now. And it's rocking your world, okay? There's a new way forward. It caused you to have to face some of your fears to really step into what's wanting to come into being in your life now. But you're ready. You're ready for this revolution. You're leading the charge, okay? You're the one who's kind of laying down the template for how you build this new future, you know? Pluto is direct in your sign, so you're really going to feel this. Your new foundation for your revolution is already well and underway, and I believe it's already come through your foundation being rocked. I feel like you're building brand new. Whatever you're doing right now, it's brand new, Capricorn, okay? And it affects you directly. Your image, how you view yourself, how others view you. 5 of Diamonds, you know, in the light. Yeah, you know, you realize that you sort of felt like you were disconnected from your own life. You realize, like, this is not who I am, you know. I feel like an outsider in my own life. It's time for me to really switch this up. I really want to feel fulfilled. A lot of you, this is in relation to your work, like you've been doing work that just really wasn't fulfilling to you, right? You know, you're not wanting to do work that you're not fully engaged in anymore. You want to achieve financial stability, and I feel like you're in the process of turning this around right now. You might be kind of dealing with some lean times in the moment, you know, recovering from some kind of disruption to your foundation. I feel that really rocked you to your core. But this has you really thinking about things moving forward and in the future about not putting yourself in that kind of position again where your financial stability is rocked. Maybe you had a relationship end and you lost a lot of financial footing in this relationship. Yeah, you know, I feel like you really defended this for a long time. You know, you were really invested in this, but with it in reverse and in the shadow, you realize this isn't worth it. I need to start looking at some different options for my future because I can't see any options in this situation. Some of you really like tossed an old way of working aside. You're in the process of revamping this, okay? You're going to head into a new financial direction. It might feel a little shaky. You know, you might be kind of nervous about this, but I think that you realize that you can't be in a situation again where it's so easy for you to be put in a position where you don't have control over your own life, you know. I think financial stability is something super important for you moving forward, and also what that work looks like, you know. You're not willing to just sort of toe the line anymore. No, you really want to feel like you're invested in your heart, you know, with the life you're building for yourself and what it means to have stability, you know. You recognize that your work needs to be an extension of, you know, of you know, your ideals, your values, you know. You want to do work that is meaningful to you and that you can pour into. For some of you, this is wanting to return to an old type of work that you used to do. Maybe you got severed from this work because you headed in a different direction for stability's sake, and then you just realized that, you know, this really cut off your options and it really set you back, you know. You're trying to find your way back to this work that's meaningful for you. For some of you, this also had to do with relationships. You know, you were tired of being an option. You were tired of always having to defend your place in somebody's life. You were tired of always having opposition come at you. You were tired of always feeling like your needs didn't matter. You were always feeling like you were doing without, you know? And you invested a lot in this situation, you know? It just wasn't good enough. I think you chose yourself, you know? You chose to pour into yourself. I think this was a really wise decision. You gave up all this stress, this anxiety. As soon as you like let this go and you decide, I'm investing in myself, I'm going to do what feels right for me, instantly it's like the anxiety started to leave you. Even though you're in this place where you're having like rebuild, it feels good because at least you're investing in yourself now and you are starting to find fulfillment. And this direction will lead to ultimate fulfillment for you with the 10 of Hearts. Not only fulfillment, total success, overcoming the challenges of the past. Like you're really going to have something to celebrate here. Whatever you left behind, this was the right choice for you, and it leads to a real banner moment for you, okay? So though you're in the process right now of rebuilding, you know, from the ground up, and it starts with who you are, like how you see yourself. A lot of you are doing work on rebuilding your health too. You're exploring options with your health. Maybe, you know, the options you explored before weren't working for you. You're deciding to trust your gut, go your own way in this regard. Yeah, look at, you got a brand new beginning coming for you. All right. Keep laying down the bricks. All right. Because you're building a very strong foundation for your future. Ace of Diamonds here. Come spring, you got a brand new beginning. Okay. This is when it all takes off for you. Your finances are really going to be on point. I also see you coming into a deeper place of commitment. I feel that it comes first from like committing to yourself in this new direction. And then it leads you to some kind of real fulfillment in your heart. This is really beautiful energy. I feel like you're already like leading the charge with this Capricorn. Like you've already faced a lot of your challenges. You've already balanced a lot of your karma Right now you're in rebuilding phase and you're building your new direction forward, okay? I think all debts have been settled with your past and everything is brand new for you. And you really are going to know that you made the right choice in the way you move forward once it hits spring. This is some very positive energy. I mean, Ace of Diamonds to the 10 of Hearts to the 6 of Clubs. This is a success story. This is victory. I'm really proud of you. This is really good energy, okay? So where you've been feeling challenged, where you've been wanting a new beginning, where you've been seeking fulfillment in the work that you do, where you've been wanting to see financial reward, where you've really been wanting that validation that, yes, you made the right choice in what you cut off, you got victory, man. You got success. It's coming for you in the spring. Just keep doing what you're doing, man. You're heading in the right direction, okay? Cut of the deck energy. Yeah, you're leaving this energy behind, all right? I feel like this is your challenge right now. So don't get too socked into this. I feel like whatever you left behind or whatever you're grappling with right now, you really see it as like having to rebuild from a sense of loss, okay? Like 5 of Diamonds in the shadow. This is like you got some financial debts you're trying to clear away. You're trying to rebuild your financial portfolio, okay? But certain things are coming to light for you with the 5 of Diamonds in the light here, where I feel like you're going to take stopgap measures and you're going to be able to effectively deal with this and get yourself out of the hole. And you're really going to see your finances are going to be in a much better place come spring, okay? So keep doing what you're doing. Yeah, right now, this is what you can't see, all right? You can't see it. I love how the energy is mirrored. You can't see it right now. You're like, I'm really struggling for this new financial beginning. Oh my gosh, blockage. You may even have somebody that's been promising you some kind of assistance they were supposed to give you. It's been held up. Don't worry, this is going to come through, all right? You're going to get this new beginning. You're going to get this financial assistance you were supposed to get. You might have recently applied for something, a loan, some kind of assistance program, something like that, to help you get out of this mess, or, you know, to help you recover from some debt. I see this coming through for you, okay? And I also see that you got, you know, some stuff coming into alignment with you on a heart level. This is like soulmate energy. You got somebody that you were really close to in the past, all right, with the 6 of Hearts here. It could be an old friend, all right? It could be an old friend, somebody that you've been cut off from for a while with the 8 of Spades coming in here. Maybe you haven't heard from this person for a while. You haven't known what's been going on with them. You used to feel really in alignment with this person with the 4 of Clubs coming up in the shadow. Okay. Yeah. For some of you, this is a marriage situation, okay? Or a real serious commitment that you had, all right? Maybe with somebody you were living with. There was something going on here where at one point you felt really in alignment with this person, but then something was thrown off in the dynamic. It threw things out of balance. Something's being rebalanced here, okay? I feel like it's around finances, okay? There's something here with somebody that you had a real close connection with. This could be somebody that you lived with. This could be somebody you're currently living with. This could be an ex. This could be like somebody you were married to. You're getting out of this marriage. There was some kind of financial agreements that were made, some kind of assistance that you were supposed to receive, or some kind of financial plan that you set in motion that it hasn't been followed through on. Something shifting here, okay? Where you felt like, you know, at odds with this person, or like there wasn't a way to move forward. Maybe you've been at odds with each other. Maybe you've had some fights about stuff financially. You're getting on the same page with each other again, okay? Something's going to get worked out in this situation that's going to allow you to finally like, oh, good, you know? You're going to finally feel like a sense of relief with the 4 of Spades here, all right? So I feel like any messiness you're dealing with in relation to finances that are like entangled with like a love relationship or somebody you're living with, something like this, money that was promised to you, assistance that was promised to you, this is coming through, and you're going to finally be able to like rest easy and you're going to get to the other side, what's been challenging, right? But good work. The choices you've made, what you decided to cut off, it was in your best interest, okay? Because what you were holding on to, it was just keeping you stuck in a cycle where there was no success in that direction, all right? So you recently made some choice to cut something off, to end something, to put a stop to something, whatever choice you made. For some of you, this could be in relation to something that was draining your finances. You've made a new business plan or a new financial plan for moving forward. You got some kind of loan assistance you applied for, like whatever you're doing here, it works out, okay? It turns around, and you're going to be really proud of yourself come the springtime. You're going to know you made the right choices, and you're going to feel a new sense of empowerment, all right? So good for you. All right, getting down to the last two here, Aquarius. We're looking at your connections. You're needing a complete revolution in the area of your connections, all right? This really needs to be shifted, changed around. There's something new you need to look at here in terms of your connections, how you're connecting with other people. When we're looking at Aquarius, we are looking at the 11th house, so this has to do, okay, yep, oh my. Yeah, there's something here related to your finances that's being negatively impacted here. You're wanting to move away from this challenge, okay? It's also just in your own well-being too, like your own sense of personal stability, feeling just like good and solid and secure in yourself. This could have affected your self-esteem. This is something you want to move forward with, okay? Something gave you a blow to your self-esteem recently, you know, something that was supposed to move forward, but it's just been fraught with challenges and trouble. This is all coming up in the split of the deck energy as I'm shuffling. You may not be able to see a way forward in this situation right now. This could be within your social circle. This could be something going on online. This could be something in a particular relationship, okay? Something you thought would pan out and you're feeling really challenged. I know what it looks like right now. You're going to find a way through, okay? You got to trust. There's a way through in this situation. It's a new way through. It's a way you haven't tried before, all right? There's something you really need to look at here, okay? I think you were compromising yourself too much in the past, or maybe you don't feel confident, you know, and that's blocking your ability to move forward in an empowering way with what you want to see come in for yourself. You don't realize the way you're cutting off your own opportunities with some of your choices, okay? So let's see, what do you need to shift in terms of your connections? I almost said creations, okay? So this could be something that you've been working on a creative level with other people. For some of you that are in bands, or you do some kind of like creative work where, you know, other people are in the mix, you have differences of opinion in regard to creative vision. This is kind of causing some problems. Maybe it's held up a creative project, or I think you're going to get to the other side of it, all right? Just know, like, your viewpoint, like your ideas, they matter too. Like, bring them forward. Stop just like kind of going along with things because everybody else has a louder opinion, you know? You're meant to like share your contribution too, okay? Or maybe there's something going on in a social situation. You feel like nobody's hearing your input, nobody's hearing your side. Everybody thinks they know the best way to move forward, and you're like, nobody's paying attention to what I have to say here. Maybe your opinion factors heavily in this situation. Yeah, I think you do have a good idea about how to move forward in this situation. Maybe you need to speak up, you know? It's about bringing your voice into the mix. Yeah. 3 of Diamonds coming up in the light here, like, you know a way to move forward. Jack of Spades coming up in the light. You need to communicate this, all right? You do have an idea for how to bring things into balance. You know how to make things work in your connections. You have already spotted out what the problem is and why things aren't moving forward in a productive way. This is about you, like, trusting that you have the insight here. You know what will make this situation work, okay? There's something here. There's some kind of healing. There's some kind of resolution in this situation, in your connections. It's being eluded, okay? It's in the shadow right now. There's a lot of feeling of betrayal in this situation, okay? And you're starting to find out that maybe, you know, stuff's been going on behind your back. There's stuff that you weren't aware of, but it's being illuminated for you now. Things that were actually working against you being able to have some kind of resolution, some kind of healing in a connection. You know, somebody was working against this with the 3 of Diamonds coming up in the shadow. And something funny was going on online. You know, we got this, you know, social media card in reverse, okay? So this could be sabotaging energy. This could also be like, you know, something happening online that's like having an effect on your relationships, on your friendships, on something you're trying to pull together. It could even be having a negative impact on your work, all right? But very clearly, you know what's needed in this situation with the Jack of Spades. You could cut off all this funny business. It's just about you trusting that you already know the best way forward and like executing it. You need to take action, because whatever idea you have, whatever it is you're needing to communicate here that other people need to be live to, like what you say has value. It will straighten this out. It is the way forward. It'll work, okay? It'll work, but you got to communicate. You got to throw your hat into the ring. You can't just stay quiet about it, okay? You want to turn something around that was brought to a harsh ending here, okay, with the Ace of Spades in reverse in the shadow. There's been a lot of interference and unfair competition in this situation. You're starting to become aware of how convoluted it's become, how many people have been causing drama and dissension in this situation. This has come to light for you. You want to turn this energy around. You want to move it out of conflict, all right? You know how to get something established on a stable foundation with the 4 of Diamonds here, okay? You see the way through with the 2 of Clubs. But, you know, until you really bring this forward and communicate it, you're just going to continue to like kind of like keep this to yourself and safeguard this. And meanwhile, you know, it's negatively impacting you, all right? Could even be negatively impacting you financially if this has something to do with affecting your work life, all right? You need to call something out. You need to call something out. You're not calling it out. And that's what I see needs to shift here, change here, all right? Further guidance for Aquarius in this matter to revolutionize this situation, revolutionize their connections, get things connected in a more positive way. For some of you, this has to do with like a business idea. Maybe you want to branch out and do more work in an online format. You have some innovative ideas about this. Maybe you're working with other people. They have different ideas. They're not listening to your ideas. And maybe you're trying to keep your ideas to yourself and you want to actually collaborate with people, but because you're not sharing your piece, like nothing's happening. And then you're feeling kind of like held back by it. And you're feeling like you're not seeing the forward progression you want to see, but it's because you're not contributing your piece. You have to like bring your voice forward in this situation. Whatever your idea is, it'll work. It might be different from what everybody else thinks needs to happen, but you're on the right track, okay? You can turn this mess around. You can turn this mess around, particularly in the area where, you know, finance is involved or business is involved, where you're trying to work on something with other people. Yeah, you can get back on the right track in a partnership here. For some of you, this is in matters of the heart, okay? Right, 3 of Spades to the 2 of Hearts. This could have really had a negative impact not only on your finances in the situation you've been dealing with or your business. This could have also really affected a connection with somebody that's very close to your heart. Somebody that you want to reconnect with. There's been some kind of, you know, division, separation that's happened in this situation. We see that with the 3 of Spades to the 2 of Hearts. But with it in the light, you have an opportunity to recover this. You can turn this around. It involves you communicating something, though. With that Jack of Spades energy, you need to speak a truth, and you're not. You're withholding communication. You're holding it back because you feel worse for the wearer. You feel like you've already been through a lot. You may be telling yourself that nobody wants to hear what you have to say. It's not true. You're keeping yourself in this position because you're refusing to communicate your truth. you know, and you need to bring something forward. For some of you, this is you sharing your feelings about a situation that you're, for one reason or another, you feel like you have to guard your feelings. You have to protect your feelings. Maybe you've been dealing with a lot of people who haven't cared about your feelings. Maybe you feel like people have just like trampled all over your feelings. And so you are guarding your feelings right now. You're being very defensive, but it's because you're holding all this inside that you're actually holding back the opportunity for you to be relieved from all of this. As soon as you like speak up, as soon as you air it out. Hello, Jared. Good to see you. Wonderful to see you. It's been a while, G. So good to see you. I'm so glad to have you here. Until you communicate about this and you say, hey, you know, look, it's right here. 8 of clubs. You feel like you're held back. It's because you're not communicating. Nobody knows where you're coming from. Nobody knows where you stand. This mysterious act isn't doing you any favors. As soon as you communicate, as soon as you open up and you express your feelings about the situation, everything moves forward for you, okay? You move forward. This sense of being held back, okay, not being able to take action, it's an illusion. This is all shadow stuff. This is what's keeping you in this place of separation here. All right. And instead of just speaking to it and sharing your feelings, sharing what's coming up for you, you're holding it inside and you're getting more and more bitter. Okay. You're going cold. You're angry. And it's because you're holding everything inside. You're holding everything inside. It's eating you up inside. You might even be getting vengeful in some cases. You might be wanting to take revenge on somebody. But the only thing that's holding you back is you're not communicating. You're not sharing how you're feeling. The minute you open up and you express yourself from your heart and you let your truth be known and you say, this is what I need in order for things to move forward, that's when it moves forward. Okay. So this is what you need to change. In order for you to shift your connections, oh my gosh, Aquarius, you actually need to connect. And until you do that, you're going to have this like communication breakdown. That's what I got. It's like two people off in their own corners, invested in their view, the way they see things, and it's creating this stalemate with the 4 of spades in the shadow. It does not need to be like this. Like, this is a soulmate, okay? This is somebody that you're meant to be in alignment with, but you're keeping each other in the dark because there's no communication going on. And because of that, you're not able to have this fulfillment of the destiny. You're meant to be building together. There's people you're meant to be building with, but because you're holding inside what you feel, you're not communicating what you feel, and you're feeling bitter about it, and you're feeling bitter about everything that got in the way, all the interference, all the drama that's been stirred up for you around this because of other people who've been involved. It's like, I get it, okay? It's not cool when other people interfere in your private situations, you know? It's not cool when other people betray you like this. You dealt with betrayal. This came to light. You may have had a Queen of Hearts in the shadow betray you, worked against you, caused some kind of, you know, division between what was meant for you. Water sign energy, Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio. Okay, you can sit there and continue to let this person take this from you with the 10 of diamonds in the shadow, focusing on what they did, being bitter, wanting to get revenge against this person. Meanwhile, you still are separated from the very thing that's meant for you. This relationship you're wanting to get on board with, okay? Forget this person. Cut it off already. Put a fork in it. It's done. And communicate what you need to communicate to the person who deserves to receive your communication, because you're wanting to move forward and you can't. You're holding yourself back by withholding communication. I can't make it up. All right? It's up to you. Only you can shift this. You may also feel like there's a money piece, like you're being held back. Your stability has been rocked by this Queen of Hearts in the shadow, this water sign energy. You may be telling yourself stories too about like, well, I can't move forward until I'm in certain financial position. If I have certain things in place, it's a bunch of BS. It's not true. This stories, it's things you're telling yourself. You're so worried about the outer presentation, like how it'll be received. Is it good enough? Is my offering good enough? It's a bunch of BS. It's stuff you told yourself. You know, you also may have had this person manipulate you. You know, they filled your head with a bunch of nonsense. You know, they told you why you wouldn't be able to move forward with this thing. Oh, you don't have enough money. You know, this person, all they care about is this, that, and the other. You know, you had somebody emotionally manipulating you that divided you between you and another person. They got in the way of a heart connection here. This person is like, this person's a manipulator, man. And they kept you locked out of your destiny. There's only one way to solve it. You have to act on your own behalf, and you need to speak your truth, and you need to stand for your truth. You do that, this whole situation turns around. And you're going to find that all this crap that this person filled your head with was a bunch of BS. This person was just trying to manipulate the situation, all right? Because they knew that as you started to step into what you truly desired for yourself, that their influence was on the wane, and they couldn't freaking handle it, man. So it's really time for you to recognize that it's time for this to be done. Like, wrap this up. Stop trying to like make this person pay for what they did to you. It's like, it's keeping you from your destiny. Like, you need to communicate your truth clearly. You know how to best move things forward. All right. There's a financial piece in this, but there's also a romantic piece in this. All right. Two people that are meant to be together have been kept apart by this manipulator right here. This person disrupted your stability, and only you can change it. You got to stand up for yourself. I'm going to do a cut of the deck energy for you here, Aquarius. Here's some shadow. Yeah, look, you keep trying to make this person pay. Your focus is on getting even with this person, settling a score with this person, to the 10 of spades in the shadow. This is going to screw you up, man. You're investing your energy in the wrong direction. I get it. You're mad at this person. What's more effective, though? What's more effective is you actually getting on the same page with what you were separated from by going and communicating the truth, clearing up the misunderstanding with the person that you were divided from by this person's meddling and interference. Forget this person. Let them figure out their own stuff, man. Right? This person is nothing but a burden, all right? You're being burdened by something you don't need to be burdened by, all right? Maybe you're afraid. Maybe you're afraid to speak this truth to this person you've been separated from about the way this person was involved in this situation. Maybe you're afraid that it's going to cause further disruption. No, you're wrong. What was hidden needs to be revealed, okay? It needs to be brought to light. That's what relieves you of what's burdening you right now. And then what do you get to? This beautiful healing you want. What was taken from you turns back around, okay? You got to speak your truth, though. You got to get over your fear about doing this, and you need to speak your truth. You got to get over yourself. Got to get over your anxiety. The minute you do this, everything you want, this healing, this restoration, this reconnection, getting to a better time, you know, in your life, you move there and forget about this other person. Let them figure out their own crap, you know? Let them figure out their own crap. I think this person is using finances in some way as a manipulation, or there's some messy financial piece involved, and that's what's making you feel obligated. Or maybe there's something you're working out, like legally, that has like the finances tied up, and so you kind of feel like you have to work with this person who's causing so many problems in your situation. You can't let this person have you by the short hairs, man. Like, you need to step up into a place of empowerment. You need to speak your truth. The truth will set you free in this situation. It will. And maybe you're afraid to like out the fact that this person was even involved in this situation in the first place. Maybe that like puts you in kind of a compromising position on some level, but it's this honesty that sets you free, and it actually straightens out a whole bunch of mess where things can get on the same page, all right? But there's definitely been emotional manipulation that's been going on here, and it's been keeping you apart from what's meant for you, and only you can restore it. It involves you taking swift action to communicate clearly from the heart, intentions, but also your feelings, and also your ideas about how to move things forward in the right way. You do that, and what was separated is restored. Where there was loss, you have restitution, but it's all up to you, okay? And don't worry about this person and getting even with them, because they're gonna have to, you know, they're gonna have to pay the price for, you know, where they interfered, and life has a way of balancing out karma, okay? So there's something you need to communicate clearly and accurately here, all right? And then you will find everything restored. All right, let's see. And finally, we got Pisces. Pisces. You're being asked to get a different view, to revolutionize something in your social circle, okay? So you're having a lot of things shift in your social circle, a lot of changes in your social dynamics, in your friendships, in your immediate community, okay? There's a lot that's changing here. So we're going to see what's coming in for you. What is Pluto direct Capricorn asking Pisces to shift in the scope of their social circle? Put on the comments just in case anybody brings anything in. What is Pisces needing to revamp, needing to restructure? Yeah, there's something here that's really challenged in moving forward socially. That 3 of clubs is really getting caught up here, okay? Things can't move forward in the way that you thought they would, right? There's something that needs to shift here. You need to look at a new way forward. Very, very important. Something needs to radically shift in regard to this. You need a revolution in your social dynamics, okay? Something, the old way isn't going to work anymore, right? Bottom of the deck energy. This has something to do with a new beginning, a heart-based beginning. Maybe there's a new beginning in love that you're hoping for, that you're wanting to see with that Ace of Hearts here. Something's out of balance here. There's karma to balance here with the 2 of Diamonds in the shadows. Something is terribly out of balance with this. 6 of Spades in reverse and in the light is letting you know what the problem is. You keep trying to go back to recover what you thought should be some new beginning in love for you, okay, with the Ace of Hearts. And this is like, this is not good, okay? This is like, this is old stuff. This is a karmic complication. This is something that already should have been settled. You were meant to move away from this thing. You keep trying to reprise this thing. There's something you keep stirring up, and it's because you want to see a new beginning that you think you should have had in the area of love. And this is not, it's not meant to be. With the 2 of Diamonds in the shadow, something's horribly out of balance here. Horribly out of balance here. And it was meant to be moved away from, but you keep going back to it. You keep going back to it. This has something to do with your commitment to somebody. King of Diamonds energy could be earth sign energy prominent, could be something where the finances are involved too. Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn in the shadow here. All right. No loss. This energy is even looking in the opposite direction. It's not even looking in your direction. It's looking in another direction. There's something here you're wanting a new beginning with, and this ship has already sailed, and you keep turning your boat around, trying to head back into these waters. And every time you do, it's throwing things out of balance. You are meant to let this go with the 4 of Spades in the light. This is meant to be let go. You keep trying to reprise something that's meant to be let go of, okay? This could be connected with a Queen of Spades energy coming up in the light, air sign energy, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, okay? And here we come right behind it. Here we go. Look at this. Look at how it comes out. Queen of Diamonds. You might have a strong earth sign placement in your chart, or you saw somebody as your partner. You wanted a partnership here, okay? Business or romantic, okay? This person's not looking in your direction. You are looking in their direction, but they're going somewhere else. And you keep coming back for this energy. But this is in the shadows, something unhealthy here. Something needs to be cut off. There's something you're not seeing that needs to come to light here, all right? You're feeling stuck. You feel like you don't know the way forward. You may even feel like a victim in this situation. You may feel like in some way you've been put in an unfair position, like you can't move forward. You might be kind of playing the blame game. You're putting yourself in this position because you're not accepting what's coming through here, that you are meant to let this go. This has nothing to do with you. This is not your new beginning. You were meant to move away from this. And you keep going back. You keep going back, going back, going back. Keep trying to balance this out. It's not for you to balance out. It's not even your karma. It has nothing to do with you. And because of this, you're putting yourself in karmic spin cycle. You're putting yourself in a negative karmic cycle because you're interfering in something that has absolutely nothing to do with you. Six of Diamonds. Things are supposed to be brought into balance in this situation, okay? There's a new beginning here, all right? Something is meant to be brought into balance here, all right? But it's through accepting that some things are meant to end with the Ace of Spades in reverse. This is what you're not seeing. Some things are meant to end. You let this thing end, you release it, you let it go, you operate with this grace, then you find the karmic balance. You free yourself from this cycle. Then you get your new beginning. Then you find reciprocal flow. Then life starts pouring back into you again. You get your new beginning, okay? It comes in the spring. But you're trying to force a fit. And it's going to lead to nothing but disappointment. This is a codependent dynamic here with the Four of Hearts coming up in the shadow. This is unhealthy attachment. And this is big, like, fuck around and find out energy. Discover, learn, and play in reverse. There's something you're not seeing here. You're not seeing it. You're not even willing to see it. You're still trying to force a fit. You're still trying to have influence in a situation that you never should have been involved with in the first place. That's what it looks like. It's a loss. Chalk it up to the game, man. It's a loss. Five of Diamonds energy, okay? You may have thought that this was your fulfillment, that this was your happiness, but it comes in with the Five of Spades. There's betrayal here. There's betrayal here. I don't know if you were promised this. I don't know if somebody, you know, manipulated you and made you believe that there was something here to hope for. I don't know if this is a fantasy. I don't know if this is something you told yourself, but whatever you're dealing with a Jack of Clubs in the shadow. This is player energy. This is getting played. This person does not have positive intentions where you're concerned. And you can keep hoping that this is something that is worth investing in, worth reprising, that you should just give it one more shot, and it's not going to work out for you. There's a big game being played here, and it's highly manipulative. There's some kind of like karma you're dealing with here, and this is really disrupting your social circle. Let me see if there's any further guidance that wants to come in here for Pisces with this. Pisces, yours is the house that also deals with hidden enemies, okay? So you may be thinking that this person is like on board with you, and they are not. This person is not on your team, man. If anything, this person may be looking to, like, you know, get some revenge on you. Oops. When I just said that, something like fell on the ground that's in the light. Maybe this is bringing something to light for you. Yep. Joker energy in reverse coming to light. Like, there's something you're not aware of here. You also may not realize that it's to your advantage for this not to work out for you. Sometimes rejection is protection, okay? You may not realize, like, the game that's being played with you. Sometimes something seems like a reversal, but when we fight it and we don't just trust the way things shake out, it can actually like be a detriment to us. You know, this is sort of like you're kind of like playing tricks on yourself by not realistically viewing a situation as it really is. This looks like a situation where you wanted something to be other than it was, and there's some emotional manipulation involved. It does look like you've gotten yourself into a bit of a karmic bind. Like maybe you interfered or you got involved in something that wasn't your place to get involved in, and it's caused a lot of complication for you. So it looks like the guidance is saying, let this go, release this, because this is wanting to move in a different direction than you wanted to go. And it's only when you release this that you'll actually get to the other side of it. Karmic will be balanced out and you'll get your new beginning, but your new beginning doesn't come until you get a different view in this situation, because it's sort of like you played some tricks on yourself. You told yourself something that's just simply not true. Maybe you even thought you were being helpful in a situation. Maybe you thought you were doing something that was being beneficial to this situation. Maybe that's just a story you told yourself. It's not. Like, this is a negative karmic cycle, and it's only accruing more karma. The longer you hold on to this thing or try to work this to your advantage or try to spin it into something other than what it is, like, the people you're involved with in this situation, they do not have your best interest at heart, and these people are messing with you. They are. This is not a good situation at all. Jack of clubs in the shadow? No, this person's playing you. Fire sign energy. Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. This is no good. This is no good. And I don't care what you were promised or what advantage you thought you had teaming up with this. Look at this. This is unhealthy. This is negative. This is all in the shadow. This is false. There's nothing here. You're binding yourself to something that's only going to set you back and take you down, okay? It's not going to move forward the way you want it to. You are meant to let this go. There's no new beginning here. There isn't. And you just refuse. You refuse to see it. You don't want to see it. You refuse to see it. That what really happened in this situation is you interfered in something you shouldn't have. You got involved in something you shouldn't have. You played a game you shouldn't have played. You fucked around and now you're finding out. And this is like karmic balancing happening in this situation. And the thing that's ironic about it, though, is you actually have an opportunity to like totally like be free of this. It's as soon as you like let it go and you stop trying to like insert yourself in this situation, stop trying to fix it, stop trying to go for a new beginning. It's not here. Everything is coming through. Let go, let go, let go, let go. You want your new beginning? You want cooperative efforts? You want life to get easier for you? You need to set yourself free, because right now you can't see the forest for the trees. You're in this 8 of spades in the shadow. And you may be feeling like a victim here. You may feel like it's not fair. This shouldn't be happening to me. Why am I in this position? You did this. You did this. There's something you're not accurately seeing here. You are meant to walk away from this with the 8 of hearts. You lost the path of heart. And it's time to recover it. It's time to get back in touch with your heart. It's time to get back in your position of spiritual truth and letting that be what leads you forward, instead of continuing to try to make something be other than the way it actually is, because you found out that maybe you are on the wrong side of that stick. It's got like big vibes of like somebody got involved in some kind of social dynamic, messy social situation, involved themselves in something that wasn't their business to involve themselves in, and then they stepped in some shit. And it was more than they bargained for. I do feel like there was some desire here in play. I do feel like there was some romantic desire here. There was some attraction. I don't know. It's messy, though. This is messy. And there's a lot of manipulation here. It's mind games. It's just all games. It's really unfortunate, but until you let this thing go and release yourself from it, you're not going to have a beginning, a new beginning. You're not going to find that things are going to be, you know, moving in harmony for you. You're going to feel blocked. You're going to feel stuck. And you can stay in that position as long as you want to feel like this is happening to you. But it's very clear in the way it's coming across in the cards that you inserted yourself in this situation, and it wasn't for you to insert yourself in. And this is what happens sometimes when we get caught up in dynamics or get caught up in things that we take on, thinking that, you know, we have something to contribute to a situation by overstepping boundaries. You know, this is a case of you need to back it up, you know, you need to back it up. It's time to build a bridge and get over it, okay? Because there's been too much bad blood in this situation, and it's getting heated and it's getting volatile, and it's not going to improve until you take your hands off of it. Cut of the deck energy. Yep. There you go. 10 of spades in the light. This is your solution. Let it die. Let it be done. Stick a fork in it. This is over. This cycle is meant to end. It's through ending this cycle, releasing it, that you get to the other side, okay? Because all that's going on here, this is a bunch of confusion. Bunch of confusion, bunch of glamour. You may have thought that there was some like true love here. You may have thought that there was a real connection here. Nope, you were an option. You were an option. 2 of hearts in the shadow. You know, somebody emotionally manipulated you. And again, water sign is coming out as the manipulator in this situation. Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio in the shadow. Came up for both queen and king in the shadow. This is karma you need to balance out. There's something you're not seeing here. And you're dealing with somebody that, you know, they're playing right back with you. It's fire with fire in this situation. Your release comes in accepting that this is coming to an end and that there was too much manipulation here, and that this is a situation that you need to free yourself from. Because until you do, your way forward is blocked. 2 of clubs in the shadow. Kind of harsh, I know, but this is a situation that really looks like it spiraled out of control and should have never been interfered with in the first place, you know. I think that, you know, the sooner you accept this, that you didn't have a clear view of this situation, that you weren't actually as much in the loop as you thought you were, or that who you were dealing with wasn't being honest with you. You know, there's mutual manipulation here. I see it, okay? But there's a lot of interference in this situation, and it blocked something that was meant to come to fruition. And it's because there was outside manipulation and interference. And I hate to say it, but it's coming up that your energy like inserted itself in a situation where it really didn't belong. The manipulation is coming up in association with Pisces, both for masculine and feminine. So when we're looking at the heart's energy coming up in the shadow like that, this is something it's highly unethical and manipulative. So something needs to be looked at here. Karma needs to be balanced here. This is a situation where you need to take the L. You know, it's the way it is. It may be hard for you to really accept this. I see that with the 8 of spades energy coming up in the shadow. I get, like, you feel like you got done dirty. You feel like you got caught holding the bag. You feel like you got stuck in a position that you don't deserve. I get it, okay? But it doesn't change the fact that your energy is still coming up manipulative, and that you continue to insert yourself in something that's clearly moving away from you, and you're not meant to be involved in it. So, you know, I understand that there's a lack of clarity in this situation. There's been manipulation in this situation. There could be a glamour that got casted on this situation. For those on an occult path, there could have been some kind of like, I don't know, people throwing around magic in this situation. But this thing is done. And there's no turning it around. And it's one of those things where the sooner you let go, the sooner you heal, the sooner you see things clear, the sooner you're no longer trapped. You get to move forward. And there is some kind of restitution and balancing out of karma that happens for you in the spring, okay? But right now it's a time of like integrating this experience, healing, and releasing, taking your hands off of it, okay? Yep. And again, this has something to do with air sign energy. Again, coming up in the light, bottom of the deck energy, King of Spades. So it looks to me like you got involved in some situation that has to do with two people that used to be together, because we had Queen of Spades, King of Spades, both showing up in the light, coming up in this situation. You inserted yourself in this situation. Maybe you thought you were being helpful. Maybe you thought you were being assistance. But somewhere along the lines, you got caught up in something and you got manipulated along the way, and you got an inaccurate view of the situation, and it caused a lot of complication and a lot of problems in a situation you were not meant to tamper with. That's what it looks like, okay? So release this, let this go. Do any kind of like healing work you need to do, cleansing work you need to do, spiritual cleansing in some cases. Take some spiritual cleansing baths. Wash yourself clean of this, wash your hands of this. And after some time of rest and integration and really having a look at this experience and the role you played in it, it looks like you get a new beginning in the spring. And maybe there can be some kind of balancing out that happens at that time. But it looks like for the time being, you're on pause, Pisces. There's something you need to look at here. And it does affect your social circle, right? There's some kind of upheaval happening in this situation. Things just got way out of hand in this dynamic, right? Okay, so we got a lot that we need to look at here. There's a lot to be addressed for the collective with this energy moving direct, Pluto direct into Capricorn, right? And this is going to be with us throughout the remainder of the year. So we all got work to do. There's not one of the signs in the zodiac that doesn't have work to do. And we also have to remember when we're looking at, the different zodiac signs, this applies for anywhere you have a strong placement in your chart. Okay, so be mindful of this. Do the work. Look at the cleanup work you need to do in relation to your own life. Don't worry about the cleanup work that another has to do. This is about us each taking personal accountability, and that's how we get through to the other side of it. And then once that Pluto continues to move forward and moves into Aquarius later in January of 2024, that's when we can start to really move into expansion and reformation, and things can really be moving forward in a more productive way. Okay, but there's a lot of balancing out we need to do at this time, and we need to pay attention to the foundation of how we move forward. So thank you for tuning in for this. I will be on tomorrow, and I will be doing a live for our community Panchakarma. Okay, I think I'm going to do it a little bit later. The earlier time just isn't working for me right now. I'm having a lot of late nights, like working and things I'm focusing on in the evening hours, a lot of work I'm getting done at that time. And I tend to be up kind of burning the midnight oil right now. So I wanted to do the earlier time, but it's just not realistic for me. 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 1:10 p.m., right around the time I started this today, works better for me. So I think that's when I'll be coming on tomorrow for the live. I was going to do a healing session tonight. I know I've been meaning to do that, but I went over 5 hours with this live, and so my throat's already giving out on me. My voice is starting to go, so I need to rest my voice for the rest of the evening. I'm going to get that in. I'll get it in this week. I promise y'all I will get it in this week, but I need to do it on a day when I'm more well rested. And I know I won't be doing anything on Friday because Friday is my birthday. So I'm going to just really enjoy myself on Friday. I'm going to take the day to myself. I'm going to enjoy myself. I'm not going to do any work, and I'm just going to pour into myself on that day. But I'll make sure that I get that healing session in for you sometime this week. I'll get it in at some point, maybe tomorrow. It depends on how long I go on the live tomorrow. The lives do take a lot of energy. They take a lot of juice, you know, and they use my voice a lot. So they can get to a point where I need to kind of like take a break, take some space for myself, and they require kind of different demand, right? I enjoy doing them. I do. But I do need to bring it into balance, okay? So we'll see what that looks like. I will get your healing session in this week. Not sure what day, all right? But I will be back with a live tomorrow and maybe another reading. Okay, we'll see. I don't know if I'll do a healing session tomorrow. That might be a bit much, or I don't know. Maybe that's what the live will be tomorrow. Maybe I'll do a live healing session. That could be good. Maybe I can just like open up with the healing session tomorrow. We can start out with that. I like that. Let's do that. Let's do the healing session live, okay? I think we'll open up with the healing session. And then at the end of the healing session for the live for the Panchakarma, we'll close with just kind of like touching base on the focus for the week, for week 2's lessons, for the Vata course and for the Grace in Crisis. And I'll open up the floor for any questions. I think that sounds good. That's what we're going to do, okay? That way I can make sure I get that healing session in for all of you, and we can tackle both at the same time. That feels like a really good use of time. We'll let the healing session be the focus as opposed to doing a reading tomorrow, okay? I think we already got a lot of information came in on work that needs to be done with the reading for today. I will have timestamps for you all. Those won't be in until like much later tonight, possibly tomorrow, okay? I'll just see where my energy is at, but thank you to those of you who dropped in. Thank you to those of you who will catch the replay. And thank you so much to all of the new subscribers. I really, really, really do appreciate the support for the channel. And all my OGs who are always here holding it down. Thank you. I appreciate all of you. And I'll see you tomorrow. Take care.